Welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education study session. Today is Tuesday, September 23rd, and we have all board members present, as well as Dr. Anthony Godfrey, Dr. Mike Anderson, and Mr. John Larson, and our board attorney, Paul Van Komen. Right, let's jump right in. Thank you for joining us, by the way. Let's jump right into our agenda today with a discussion on America 250 activities. It's an exciting anniversary for our country. So, Dr. Godfrey.
All right, let's have Kay Rizzuto and Carolyn Goff join us at the microphones. It's an important time in our country, 250 years. I will acknowledge that I have clear memories of 200 years of America. Erin, stop looking at me like that.
I do too.
I did too. Yeah, absolutely. There's a picture of me saluting, and I bought a few things on eBay from 50 years ago just to remember the bicentennial. But Kay is going to tell us what 250 years is called, and she's going to tell us about I just threw that out there. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't. Mike Anderson's going to tell us in just a moment. He's going to look it up. What's 250 years? Bisesquicentennial. You heard it here first. And it's really, I think, an important moment for us to give some really memorable instruction and some activities that will stick with kids the way mine stick with me. So, we have the perfect person to do that, and that is Kay Rizzuto, who has been working with a lot of great people. When she gets together with all of her great people, she does things like create curriculum for the entire state of Utah in social studies and advance the study of America and its government and the world at large and all kinds of great things. And we are excited to have her talents and the talents of the people she works with dedicated to creating these great interactive experiences for students so they will have great memories of this time. So,
It's a perfect
talk to
time.
us about what we're doing.
It's a perfect time to talk about it with September being American Founders and Constitution Month. And it is something that I'm very passionate about. I don't remember the 1976 thing, but I remember 1987 when we had the bicentennial of the Constitution, memorizing the preamble in school. But this is the kind of thing that we want our students to think back on and to remember those great events. So it ties very closely with our Portrait of a Graduate and our strategic plan. And these are just the three pillars that I feel like it fits with, and then the engaged citizens. So during this time, this whole school year, up until next July, it's the time to honor and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. So we can do lots of things as a district to commemorate this great event. So I have a list here of lots of different things that we could do with some links on some of them. They could be things done in the communities, they could be done in the schools, all sorts of different things. So for example, schools or at the district could hold writing contests. We could have art contests. We could have patriotic concerts or performances. We have so many great music programs and performing arts programs in our high schools. They could choose to do one of their performances honoring America 250. We are currently having a book club for faculty and staff, which I'll talk about in a minute, but this is if communities want to do book clubs with lots of different ideas. Patriotic programs, there's a list of ideas for schools, volunteer days. Utah has their own web page for America 250 with ideas. And one of the ideas that I actually love that Utah is planning that you may or may not be aware of, but on July 5th next year, to kind of end the Utah America 250, they are asking communities to hold a neighborhood potluck and come together as neighbors and be together and love each other as neighbors, which I think is great and what our communities really need right now. Those are just some of the ideas. We already had our first book club. This is just a picture of some of the people and some of the books that we're reading this year. So they're great books about the time period, and our next one in October is the 1776 by David McCullough, and it's a great book. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend it. Signing Their Lives Away is a book about all the 56 men who signed the Declaration of Independence and what happened with them. And we're reading some historical fiction, which is The Rebellion 1776, historical fiction. So lots of great things. Those are just some of the books that we're reading. Lots of ideas that schools can do. Like I said, we can hold flag ceremonies, patriotic programs, concerts. We could have walls representing our veterans, or lots of different things to honor this time. We have created a student award that is an optional thing that they would do on their own, going into the community and doing it with their families. So this is not necessarily school driven, but we could send it out to schools if they wanted to do it as a school award, but we plan to hold something. The link takes you here where you can see the different things that they can do. It takes you to a little bookshelf that has for each grade what they would do. And it would be grade appropriate for what they're doing. So in kindergarten, these are the requirements that they would do. So you could just see they would get an adult signature saying they choose. They don't do every single thing, they choose. So they could make an illustration, they could memorize the Pledge of Allegiance, they could do a service project in the community. Anyway, they pick several things, have, in most cases, an adult signature. They could participate in a program, patriotic program, write a thank you note to someone serving in the military. Lots of different choices that they could do. And then we have a deadline for them to submit everything. And then we are going to hold a awards ceremony. So the deadline is April 10th, 2026, and they're going to scan or snap a photo of their form and submit it. And then we'll have some kind of celebration in May. We don't know when or where yet because we don't know how big it will be yet. So we will
at a board meeting with a reception. I'm putting it out there. I would love to celebrate students who take this initiative. That's very cool.
So those are just some of the options. So
we just wanted to update you on some of the things we're exploring and doing, and if you have any suggestions, we're open to those ideas. But we're excited. It's a big opportunity for our students, and there is a real focus on social studies and civics in Jordan School District, and this just gives us another occasion to double down on that. So,
thank you. Okay, I learned something from the materials. It's also called a semi-quincentennial. So there you go.
Nice. See?
Got options.
The packet's already doing its job. Look at that.
I would also like to point out that a lot of people think, oh, this is just stuff that went on back east. But here in Utah, the 1776 was actually when Dominguez and Escalante came and did their expedition. So there is that tie with Utah. And of course, the Native American groups that were here, they were all here in 1776. And those are things that, as a state, we can also honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
I was just going to say, I was a student during the bicentennial, so I'm a little older. But I still remember we did something very similar, and I still can remember doing things. So I really want to encourage everyone to do it, and I want to encourage the board to do it. I think that we ought to do some things to kind of lead out the way. So I'm super excited for it.
I saw an interesting book club option on there. That would be fun to do as a board.
Let's do it.
Very exciting. Thank you. This is important, and we're thrilled that our students have the opportunity.
President, can I quote from Utah State Code? This is the law of the land in 53G 10204. The legislature recognizes that civic and character education are fundamental elements of the constitutional responsibility of public education and shall be a continuing emphasis and focus in public schools. The cultivation of a continuing understanding and appreciation of a constitutional republic and principles of representative democracy in Utah and the United States among succeeding generations of educated and responsible citizens is important to the nation and state. Public schools fulfill a vital purpose in the preparation and succeeding generations of informed and responsible citizens who are deeply attached to essential democratic values and institutions. And then throughout the integrated curriculum, students will be taught in connection with regular schoolwork, respect for and an understanding of the Declaration of Independence and the constitutions of the United States and the state of Utah. That's the law of the land.
Where's that found?
53G 10-204.
Right. Let's go ahead and move on to a discussion on Administrative Policy AA 453, the use of personal electronic and communication devices. And this is a conversation that we're picking up from last school year when we had LEAC and JPAC discussions, and then we had requested that we receive an administrative perspective on how things are going with our cell phone policy, and a promise fulfilled to the community that we would revisit this new policy that was put in place nearly a year ago now, right?
Nearly a year ago.
So we will turn it over to Dr. Godfrey and Dr. Anderson.
I'll ask Dr. Anderson to interject, and he'll take it at the end there and run with it. But I just want to start by saying I'm really appreciative of the parents and students and teachers and administrators and all of our staff who've jumped in and really made this work after the start of the year and have jumped in. And I mostly hear a lot of positive about the impact, where students seem more engaged and class seems to go better, and there's more student interaction. There are always questions, and those listening will hear something and they'll say to themselves, well, that's not my experience, but I can think of an example where that's not happening. And we do know that experiences vary, but we're going to talk broadly about the trends that we see. As you can tell, because the policy's divided up the way that it is, it's a little bit different at every level. And at the elementary level, there are issues that you don't see at the secondary level. I'll also say this, as we talk about policy versus implementation and how things are going, it's important to keep in mind that in conversations I've had, and in the last week I've had conversations with multiple legislators, I see this coming back this legislative session. So as you consider whether to make changes to policy, we might consider that. I anticipate there could be some changes coming forward. The governor's been pretty vocal about feeling that it was a mistake not to go bell to bell and require that of districts. And we just, the governor. So I just say that as you consider a change. And I'll also, Sandy told me not to bury the lead. I think the conclusion here is that it might be good for us to communicate out a refresher on what the policy means for teachers and for parents. Because this is where parent expectations and teacher expectations can be facilitated with good communication. So that's my recommendation, and I have no more rhyming words to that, but that's what I would recommend, is that whatever policy changes you may consider, that even if we don't make changes, we send out a communication, kind of a refresher. I don't think the trends have changed since we first started. There were more confiscated devices at the start, and now there are fewer because there's a higher level of compliance. At the elementary level, there was always a question of, well, what does lunchtime mean? And is a watch not a phone until it gets used as a phone? So can they wear a smartwatch, but they as long as they don't use it as a smartwatch? Sometimes, have you ever experienced how it will give a bad read? And sometimes parents experience that and they think that their child has wandered off from the school when in fact it's just the watch is not reading the way that it ought to. So it does get tricky. The other thing at the elementary level is, can you have a phone before school when you're on the playground waiting to line up? Can you have it at lunch? Can you have it after school? It's less frequent that you see phones, but you still do see them, and should they be having them during the day? So I think there's a lot of appreciation for the policy, but some communication about some of those details would help. At the middle and high school level, there's difficulty with maybe repeat offenders and also the traffic at the end of the day trying to get the phone back to students. So there are various systems that schools have put in place to try to manage that, because it's a busy time. So they use office staff to help with that. And sometimes if there's a student who's a repeat offender, there are some schools who will have the student check the phone in at the start of the day and check it out at the end of the day. That's always going to be an arrangement that they make with parents to try to manage the situation. But generally it's going well. I'm not aware of any specific policy change requests, but a clarification about maybe what a watch means and what use at the elementary level. I think that's where there's the greatest, I would say, lack of clarity. That can be communicated out to parents and teachers and administrators, or it can also be an adjustment to policy. Or it can be both. It can be a communication now, a refresher, and a change in policy later when we know more about what the legislature is doing. I do hear about examples where it would sure be nice to be able to just pull your phone out quickly and post something, take a picture of your hair and nail project here at JTC South, and then post it, which is part of what you're trying to do. You can do that with a Chromebook, but some things would just be a little less awkward. Classes like digital photography, there's been a need to purchase additional equipment to make that work. And there have been some old PowerPoints that have been pointed out to me with a QR code or whatever else that have been pulled up and inadvertently asking students to pull out their phones when that was just kind of there have been a slip back to the old ways sometimes that was not intended to work around policy but ended up with that effect. So that's why I started this with a thank you, because people have jumped in and really worked hard to make it work. There's always the question of consistency at the secondary level, because students have multiple teachers, and are teachers equal in their adherence to the expectation? I don't want to overstate that as if that's a constant problem. There's also a different level of vigilance, perhaps, that some students report and administrators report. So that's where a refresher communication from the board could be helpful, I think. So from an administrative standpoint, to give you the summary, it's going well. It's made a positive impact. Sometimes the negative impacts of bullying or other things get pushed to after school instead of during the day, because kids do take their phone out after school, and then sometimes it just moves the bad behavior to after school instead of during school. But that's a positive result too. But overall, it's going well. Kids are more engaged with each other, more engaged in class. And with some greater clarity at the elementary level and working out the kinks with frequent offenders and giving phones back at the end of the day, no major concerns or complaints, especially given how long phones have been building up in importance in our lives and in our school day, and how quickly everyone was able to make a pretty dramatic change. So that's where I feel like we are. We got that information from Dr. Anderson visiting assistant principal and principal meetings, and administrators of schools talking with principals and assistant principals about cell phone use. So we did get the administrative perspective from all of our school-based administrators. What else would you add to my summary?
I think this is a case where process is almost as important as the product. I think we hit a good product. I think we've hit a good place. We seem to be getting positive feedback all the way around. Schools have indicated that they really appreciated starting out the school year with this policy in place, whereas last year we started it at the end of first quarter. So starting out the new school year with expectations in place has been a great thing. But the process of getting here, where we had stakeholder groups and focus groups, we heard perspectives from all over the place. We did site visits. We tested products. We had thorough discussions. I think that was important in getting this right to begin with. And then I love that we're revisiting the topic, because technology is going to evolve. Laws may evolve on the topic. So I think it's good. And I think the added flexibility in the policy for schools and school community councils to visit particular issues and add additional restrictions is also important to point out that that's possible. And with school community councils convening, we could see some of that, although no one has indicated to me personally that they plan on doing that.
What was that last thing you said? No one has indicated to
No,
you.
I haven't heard any indicators that a specific school community council is planning on doing additional restrictions, but that's possible within this policy.
Mentioned that there were some changes that had been requested to the policy. Just a few maybe had come in. I was just curious if they were, what group they primarily
Elementary.
came from. Elementary. I mean, parents, was it teachers? Was
I think it's from, this is the administrative perspective that we're sharing tonight. So
Okay, from
administrators. And just that they've also heard from teachers that sometimes parents think, well, if I give my child permission to wear the smartwatch, then they can wear the smartwatch. And they can use it and that sort of thing. So the questions at elementary, and it's not necessarily a policy change, it could just be a communication, depending on what the board wants to do. But can you have your phone out before or after school and at lunch? Because at secondary, we talked about lunch and class change times, but we didn't really specify, go ahead and take your phone out at lunch at elementary. So I think just, can they wear a watch as long as they don't use it as a phone, or should they not be wearing the smartwatch at all? Should it be in their bag? That's what they're not. That's where the clarity is needed, and whether we want to get to that level in policy, or whether the board just wants to share, this is our intent on those questions. I remember when I met with elementary principals initially about this, there was a question about on the bus, because there are a lot of shenanigans on the bus with phones, and there's not really a good way to police that when they're on their way, and so we didn't include on the bus in our interpretation, because it was once they're at school that the restrictions in place. So clarity around lunch, before and after school, and how you manage a smartwatch. I think that's where elementary is looking for more clarity. Secondary, I don't think there's a lot of ambiguity there from what I can tell.
The reason for the question is because we did allow for some modification of the policy by the school. And so I was curious if the schools didn't know they could modify it in certain ways, but it sounds like they're just asking for more clarity around some of the items that we've specified.
Yeah, it feels good to have clarity and to have things be the same everywhere. And if we want to give more clarity on that, then that's where they have the questions. But the school can also do that, as I described they do with the secondary schools. So I think schools know they can put that in place. Schools handle watches differently. Some of them have you put your watch in the backpack. Some just say you can wear your watch unless you start using it as a smartwatch, and then you have to put it away. And if we wanted to clarify which way we wanted them to go with that, then we could. But the modification at the secondary level is making someone check their phone in at the start of the day and check it out at the end of the day because they've been a repeat offender. That's not something we outlined in policy, but they knew they could go beyond policy if they needed to.
And in talking with the principals, that's usually done in consultation and support from the parents. Parents say, yeah, I don't want to keep coming to get this cell phone, so make them check in at the beginning of the day and make them come and get it at the end of the day. That takes out of the question. So
So I don't know, is there any specific training given to substitute teachers about cell phones before they become substitutes? Because it seems like that might be a place where the policy breaks down, is in a classroom with a substitute teacher.
we didn't hear, sorry.
I don't know that answer. We talked about that when we first put the policy in place. I think once they've subbed for a bit, they start to get the picture. I've always told subs to ask, what would your teacher tell you if they were here? Depending on the age of the student, you'll get varying responses. But we do try to train substitutes in everything they need to know when they go from school to school, and that's something I'll talk with Human Resources about to be sure that's happening.
I would like to advocate for some sort of refresher video for parents and teachers and staff. I had put it on our requested agenda items back in May because of our meetings with JPAC and LEAC. And currently looking at the policy, we give schools that leeway to implement additional consequences, but not necessarily leeway anywhere else. There's that. And then in 2A for elementary grades K through 6, it says devices is not permitted during the school day. So that to me says no lunch for elementary. And then at the bottom in 2E, it says students may use personal electronic and communication devices during school-sponsored activities outside of the school day at district school campuses and while on district buses. So some of these questions are in here, so I think we need to refresh it for everyone so that they're not continually guessing, and because we all forget, right? We go through the summer and we kind of forget how things go. So I think we should refresh.
And I don't mean to suggest that they don't understand the policy. What I mean is they're saying, are you sure you don't want to restrict buses? Because we'd really like that. And are you sure they can't use it at lunch? Because middle school and high school can.
Gotcha.
Are we fighting that battle for sure? So I'm sorry if I characterized it as they don't know what to do. It's that that's where the pain points are.
Okay, that makes sense.
I appreciate that because that allows me to explain that a little bit better.
I do think maybe this is an example of it's in the eye of the beholder. But when I read that, it says schools may enact additional restrictions with the support of the school community council. To my mind, that says you can restrict it at other times. You can implement other restrictions like a pouch or whatever creative ideas you have at a school level, as long as you have the support of the community. But you read it as consequence. So
well, it does say schools may
She's
implement
quoting-
additional consequences. C1.
She's quoting C2C and you're quoting F.
F.
I didn't
Okay.
see F. I didn't go far enough down. But
Okay.
yes.
So I see what you're saying, that it would be interesting for us to maybe send out a reminder clarifying our intent.
Yeah, and I liked what you said, kind of in the eye of the beholder, and that they can do more restrictions and different kinds of restrictions, but then maybe that is too broad for them, and they'd like us to clarify, like, and make it more district wide instead of it's up to each school. Our school doesn't have it on the bus, and our school does have it on the bus, and so.
I think that's the distinction there. The school can issue additional consequences, but the restrictions have to come through, be discussed with the school community council, the administrator of schools, and notified by the board. So there's the difference between a restriction and a consequence, I think, in policy. That's the way we intended it to be written. I will also add that one common refrain from administrators was they appreciate so much the consequences being spelled out for them, so that they're able to be consistent from school to school. They say, actually, this is exactly what happens at school X or down the street, wherever. This is how we do this in Jordan district-wide. They were very appreciative of that.
And I think also with 2F, if I remember correctly, when we discussed this policy, the board, it was supportive of a school and community that came with a plan, even for devices like pouches, that we would be willing to help fund that endeavor if they came with a plan that they put together with their school community. So I think that that's part of it too, is if they come with a plan, then the board would help them to finance pouches or whatever other kind of device that if I'm remembering it correctly.
So I was going to ask about that, because it seemed like a big step in order for them to make additional restrictions to notify the board. So I didn't understand it was for additional finances. So I would like to clarify that. I don't feel as a board member I need to be notified personally if they're going to do an additional restriction. Maybe the whole board feels that way, but if they want financing, I would like to be notified.
I do think that sounds ominous, but for a principal to mention it to their AOS and then the AOS to pass it on to us, I don't think is a huge ask of a principal, in my opinion.
And
I
we're-
don't know. Is that a big ask?
I think we can notify, okay, when the examples I gave are more like individualized, not school-wide stuff. But if they've already gone through the school community council, then it's probably not difficult to notify the board of what the council decided.
As a board member who receives feedback sometimes, I really appreciate a heads up if somebody's doing something different. Because sometimes I get an email and I don't want to be like, no, that's not the way the policy is. And then maybe it is. And so I appreciate that addition in policy, but I'm open to other opinions.
Would this come via email? Would this be at a board meeting? How would we be notified?
There's no clarification for that very reason.
I don't really care how I'm notified. I just
depend
want to
how-
know. And if I'm going to community council meetings, I probably would know already. So, but yeah.
Well, if we send out a reminder, to Aaron's point, maybe I'll be sending you a list of approved
Exceptions, yeah.
changes that maybe we haven't notified of. I don't know. The only ones I know of are the individualized plans, like, how about we do this, parents? How about if we put that phone away in the beginning of the day?
And I, for one, would strongly encourage the schools to do that. I would love a school to step forward and say, we're going to go further. We're going to try it. Until someone tries it, we will not have evidence that it's better or worse or just the same. And I would love it. You'd be my favorite school if you decided that we're going to try it. We're going to do a bell to bell. There is no one in our district that we can point to say whether or not that's better. And I would love someone to try it. I would very much strongly encourage that.
Well, do you think we could motivate a school if we were to understand what the pricing and what that looks like and say, here's what it looks like, who wants to volunteer, rather than asking them to do the legwork to set it up and then get our approval?
Personally, I would like them to set it up, come up with the plan. And I think it would be great if they consulted with other schools or other people other schools that have implemented plans like a pouch, a bell-to-bell ban. But I feel like if the school community takes the initiative, there's a lot more buy-in. I think it could take a little bit longer, to come up with something than the district just putting together a plan. But I think that I prefer the school community to have the buy-in as far as putting together the plan.
As we had these discussions, a question that seemed to come back again and again was, what is the role of a parent and what is the role of a school? A parent chooses whether or not to purchase a cell phone and what plan and what options are available. And a school then restricts that. I don't know. In class time, that's an easy yes. A school can restrict that. But it would be difficult for me to, without parent buy-in, push that. I really need to see that parents want it. And to be honest with you, the feedback I saw at JPAC, it seemed like parents were happy that we were focusing on education, and they felt pretty good. Now, I understand that teachers had a different response, and I wasn't personally at that LEAC meeting, unfortunately, but I love the piece of including the community for that reason.
And so with that, I am wondering if the board would like to look at making a change of middle schools having a bell-to-bell cell phone ban in the policy.
Nobody's asking for that.
Well, at the LEAC
Agree with
meeting,
what Bryce said, that, well, LEAC's just one aspect of who we represent. But I agree with Bryce. I would love to go bell-to-bell middle school, but I want one middle school to try it first before we jump and say, let's go buy pouches and spend $1 million. I would just like to see it tested.
And before we even get to that point, I would like to see a reason why we're not happy with what we have now. We've just got a report that everything seems to be working fine. Everyone's happy in general. Why do we want to do something different? I mean, if someone can come with a case that says, here's the list of problems, and we're confident that a bell-to-bell is going to solve them, then yeah, I'd be happy to test it out. But we don't have that scenario as far as I can tell.
We haven't even had anyone ask to test it out.
so I'm just thinking back to last year when I had the LEAC meeting, and there were teachers that, even without a pouch, they would like, I don't know exactly how to say it, but the suggestion came up a lot of a bell-to-bell cell phone ban in secondary schools. And another thought that came up also was how to help even further teachers to not have to be the enforcers of the policy. And so I think that comes with training and just helping everybody understand how to implement the policy better so that teachers aren't necessarily the ones who are enforcing the policy. But that's why I am bringing this up, because after the LEAC meeting, I also received emails from teachers, and I understand it is teachers are one aspect, one group of people that we represent, and there are other groups. I just wanted to bring it up as something the board would maybe discuss or look at. And so I appreciate hearing from both Daryl and Brian in your thoughts about that. That's what I was looking for. Like, would the board be willing to look at that?
I would love it if those teachers took those issues to their community council.
Yes.
Every teacher who is concerned that the policy doesn't go far enough needs to go to their community council, have a discussion as a community council, and then that's the next step. That is the secret sauce of taking the next step. And I just would love a community council to say, in our school, we've seen enough need that we'd like to go to the next step.
And they need to go to their administrators, because we're hearing a different message to their administrators. I'm not hearing the same message at LEAC as we're hearing from our administration. So somewhere there's a disconnect.
And that meeting was last May, I think, so it was a while ago, and we have started a new school year. And so that was at the end of last year. And so I don't know if things have changed, and I hope that people will reach out and let me and other board members know if things have greatly improved. Or anyway, I would like that feedback also.
And teachers on a bell-to-bell are still going to have to enforce policy.
And probably
And
more
probably
if we're
more,
honest.
because they're gonna put their dummy phone in the pouch, and they're gonna be, still having it and still sneaking it.
And when I say that, they weren't even talking about pouches. They were just talking about not having phones out and students. So when
That's
they
the
Not in the
Policy.
hallways, not at
not in the
lunchtime.
hallways and not at
Hallways.
lunchtime.
That's what they were saying.
But they weren't saying with a pouch. They were just saying, because I asked about the pouch and I said, you can get together with your school community councils and come to the board with a plan. And, we are happy to
But
pay
they
for
have the ability to do that not now, and not one school has stepped up and said, we want to do that. Now we would say we're blanketing it and saying, let's do all the middle schools. Let them step up and say, hey, we would like to test bell-to-bell. And we said that before. We said that we would take somebody who wanted to do bell-to-bell. And they have all the power under this policy to do that. And so let's have someone say, let's test it. Because if one or two schools do it and it works really good and we can see a difference, I'm all on board. But I'm not for a blanket statement at this point.
Is there any risk that a principal would want to do this, but would be too concerned to stick their neck out and suggest it, and they want some cover from the board?
Yes.
Because I'll say I did speak to an administrator of a middle school who, while it was better, still expressed some concern about the bullying and the drama. It still happens. It's just before or between classes, and then they don't always come ready to learn because they're reeling from what they saw on their phone in between classes. Now, whether or not that merits a bell-to-bell is debatable, but I think there is merit, at least in saying, do we need to support our administrators by writing a policy like you did a year ago?
I think that cover could come in the form of saying, well, let me say this first. This is tricky territory. These are choppy waters because we've not done this before. But you could say, we are going to pilot one in one middle school, and we welcome volunteers, or we'll assign one, or, just say we're gonna do one. It's just, is it going to be yours or is it not? And then that might provide some cover at that point. Also, if it's limited, if it's a pilot, we have to be willing to spend money that might not be well spent in the end. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
We have to be willing to step away instead of saying, well, we spent X thousands of dollars on it, so we have to keep doing it. I think if we're genuinely going to pilot it and tell parents and teachers and administrators and students that, then we have to be willing to step back from the purchase we made and sell it secondhand phone pouches to a neighboring district or something. I don't know if that's allowed, black market phone pouches, but so I do think there's, unless you have this swell of interest, you may not see a favorite school emerge. But so if it's something you're eager to try, this is similar to the conversation we had previously when the policy was first put in place. If you're eager to have someone try, we can work on securing that. So if you say, we want to pilot it in a middle school, let us know, work it out, go to the school community council once you've decided where you want to try it. Once you have their blessing, then tell us where it's going to be, and we'll move forward. We can do that. We can just wait for someone to approach us. We can do it any number of ways that you'd like. But I do think it's a fair question to say, isn't it risky to stick your neck out, even with the school community council backing you? And I think the answer to that is yes.
I will say that I hope our administrators are connected enough to their community, because you'll be sticking your neck out regardless.
Yeah.
If you're implementing a pilot that we're forcing upon you, it is going to take community buy-in to take away some of the rights of parents. It just is.
It is.
I do have a couple of questions to follow up on the administrators' discussions
Sure.
that I was curious about when we created the policy. I'd just love to hear how it's going. So I'm curious, are there times at a secondary level, and you mentioned a few, where exceptions need to be made? You talked about like snapping a picture to submit an assignment might at times be easier on a phone, or maybe there is a program that is easier to run through a phone, like Kahoot or something like that. Is it something that you're seeing a demand for us to make exception for, like, if a phone is absolutely necessary in a classroom, it cannot be used for more than X percentage of the period? Or by and large, are you not seeing those exceptions needing to be made?
I would say that using the word demand would be overstating it. Have I heard it mentioned as an idea? I have on occasion. Hey, it would sure be nice if they could just take out their phones and, like in American Sign Language, for example, film each other and trade it and that sort of thing. The counter argument to that, to using it at all, so it would be more convenient sometimes. There's not a swell of requests, but I've heard that question here and there. Boy, is there any chance? Wouldn't it be nice if we could? The counter argument is, once you start to open the door, then someone will barge in. And the other is that now you have haves and have-nots, and that's one of the advantages of not allowing phones at all, is if someone doesn't have a phone, then they are not at a disadvantage any longer.
And then my next question was, I'm curious how this has affected relationships with parents. If administration is having angry interactions with parents who are frustrated that their child's phone was confiscated and now they have to come in and that's a hassle, is this causing friction between parents and administration?
The number I heard is that at the most there were 12, and now we're down to maybe 3 phones a day.
District-wide?
In a given school.
In a given
In a given school. So a handful of phones. There are difficult conversations with parents every day. I don't know that phones in particular have made that worse. I don't mean to sound overly cynical, but if it's not a phone, it might be something else. Because of the clarity the board has given about this, this is the be united part of be curious, be intentional, be united. When we're all united around something, then it makes a lot of that easier. And it's not even saying, well, policy, it's not even blaming somebody else. It's like, this is what all of us are doing because it's better for kids. So I think the way it's been structured has reduced that. But I'm sure there are those in the sound of my voice who are saying, I can think of a few tough conversations that I wouldn't have had if we didn't have this policy. But I don't think it's this huge acceleration of poor parent relationships. Would you agree with that from the feedback
Yes,
you've
that's
heard?
absolutely reflective of the conversations we've had. There were always some negative interactions, but for the most part, both students and parents have been supportive, and that includes the students. They've, anecdotally, administrators have said we've observed and experienced fewer bullying instances in school. They've said, teachers are reporting that students are more attentive and engaged in class, which again fosters better behavior all the way around.
That's great. Okay. Other questions on Dr. Godfrey's report before I start getting your feedback on some of the ideas that have been presented? Okay. All right. So the things that I heard was possibly wanting to clarify use on buses. Is that something that board members are interested in clarifying through policy? I'll ask that first.
And because it's listed, do you want to change it or do you want to just communicate what we have in place?
Are you comfortable that our policy covers that adequately? Anyone feel like we need more?
It looks like the policy is very straightforward on that. And so if a school wanted to, say, kids get a bus ticket if they have their phones out on the bus, they would bring that change to, their school
Do it
community
school by
council and do it school by school.
Okay, that's
Is
great.
that right? Because it seems like it is very clear about the district is not
Yeah.
monitoring it on the bus.
Okay, so my next question then is the playground. Is anyone interested in adjusting policy to clarify phone use on the playground at elementary?
You mean like before or after school?
I think so, or at lunch was another one you mentioned, right?
Yeah, so they can't use any of the devices at any time that they're on school property.
And during the school day, right? From
That's
the time.
During
Right,
the school
so
day.
before or after school might be a gray area. Do you feel like we need to clarify that, or are you comfortable with it as written?
I would like school administrators to know that they could they could have their own school rule
Yeah.
about before and after school.
Okay, and
Yeah,
I'll go there.
So to your earlier point, we'll remind them that if you want to restrict at that point, you can do that as individual schools if you go through the proper process.
Okay, next question is smartwatches. Do you feel like we need to provide more clarity in policy around smartwatches? Not hearing any interest there. Okay.
I maybe.
Maybe? Okay.
Because smartwatches are very vague, right? And so I seem to remember discussion about this last year when I was listening in about like you could wear a smartwatch, but once, the teacher sees you using it as a phone or texting, then it becomes a phone. So I feel like there might need to be a little bit of clarification on that.
So the way we have it phrased is student use of, and then it includes smartwatches. So to me, the policy says if you're not using it as a smartwatch, then you're not in violation. But my next question is maybe instead of clarifying through policy, is there interest in sending out a district-wide board reminder of the policy? And then maybe we can hit on some of these gray areas there. Okay, it's been suggested to have a video created. Are board members comfortable asking communications to develop a video reminding parents and students of our policy and specifically talking about some of those elements?
They did a really good story on Fox 13 yesterday on this very issue. So I think they can use some of that and maybe beef that up. So.
And I feel like, I don't know if it would need to be a separate video or a separate reminder, but I would like teachers to be included also, just to get the refresher and
Would you like a different reminder for employees or just make sure we send this reminder to all stakeholders?
I feel like just to all stakeholders would be helpful.
Is it feasible that this video could be 60 seconds or less?
Yes. Yeah, just a quick one. And I would like to include the joke, you may be watching this on your phone.
I think that
hopefully
you've
not
got
during
a
class.
unanimous approval
Yeah.
for that joke. We're all ready. Okay.
I like the idea of a video. I like the idea of a short video reminding, and we can do a reminder through principals that if you feel you want to restrict further in these areas where there have been questions, policy allows for you to do that. Just work through your school community council.
Yeah.
I think all of these are good reminders and a good discussion for us to have. So,
And I would like to see this go to parents, and I would also like to request that every student sees it during the school day. At secondary, I know that's trickier. We always default to the language arts class because they have that class every year. Something like that where every student sees this in a class setting, every parent sees it, and that also helps all of our employees. I'd love it to come to employees, but in case they aren't studious with checking their email, they'll see it in that way. Is everyone comfortable with that request? Okay.
and we have video announcements at the high school where we can
Oh,
show
perfect.
it in middle school. So that
That would be great.
work.
I just think the shorter it is, the more people will watch it.
Agreed.
If it's
Short, quick flashes like they're used to, right?
and maybe notify them at the beginning or have the title be a 60-second refresher, something like that,
A Jordan short.
to promote.
And maybe even a
Watching
thank you for the work they've done so far. I mean,
Yes,
it
certainly.
has, regardless of where we are and where we need to be, it has improved.
I think so. Okay, next question. There was discussion on potentially directing a pilot instead of waiting for someone to propose a pilot. Is there interest in requiring a school to do a pilot at this point?
I am super interested in it. I don't love telling people what to do, but I am super interested in seeing how it would work.
So would you be comfortable then with saying, when we send out this communication to principals, can we remind them that that is within their power to request?
And I feel like if district staff came up with a plan, because I've already mentioned I want the school community council and the school to come up with the plan, and I think that it's possible if we had the ready-made plan, somebody might be willing to step right into it, if that makes sense. And we might not have to force somebody to do it.
If we said, if schools request, I'm trying to get to what you're asking. So if we said the board would purchase pouches and staff would help develop a policy, if there
And
was
a plan, like
and
how.
a plan, if there was a middle school who wanted to request to implement that. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
That we'd make a more specific offer?
Yeah, so I just remember when we went and saw Granger's fully fleshed out plan and how it was implemented.
Yeah.
It took a couple years for the school community council and the administration and to come up with that. And they had the computer program. They just had the procedure already put together. And I think if we could save that work for the school, it might be easier so what you said,
Can I throw out, though, Granger did all of that groundwork themselves.
yeah.
Their board received a plan and approved their request.
And it
I
took
think that's
2
why
years.
it worked.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is, if there's a school, if there are a group of teachers, if there's an administrator that are concerned that the policy is not going far enough, if they're frustrated, then it is within their power to take the next step. They are not waiting for us to do anything. So if any of them are in that, I would like to nudge them forward.
Okay.
I would love to nudge them forward and say, look, no complaining. If you're on Cutthroat Kitchen and you don't bid on a sabotage, you can't complain about the sabotage. You can't, because you should have bid on it. And I think you can't complain about the policy not working if you're not willing to go further. Stop waiting for the board to go further and go further. So if they're just kind of in that middle space where, oh, this is not working at our school and we need to go further, I want to nudge them further. That's what I want to do. I don't want to force anyone, but if anyone is in that space and are waiting for someone else to do something, I want them to stop waiting and I want to nudge them forward. How can we support you? What can we do? But if this doesn't come from you, it's just not going to succeed.
And you collectively, right?
Yep.
Administration and parents
Yep.
both request.
So no complaining about a policy not working if you're not willing to push it forward yourself. And I'm the guy that wants to push it forward. But I really do think we're at the point where everyone who doesn't think this policy is working has the power to move forward. Please do so. If you're not moving forward, let me say to everyone listening, if you're not moving forward, what we're hearing as a board is that you're content with the policy as it's written. That's what I'm hearing, is no one has stepped forward, no one has made a request, no one is willing to go forward. Well, what I'm hearing from that is then the policy seems to be working and there's no reason for the board to push you forward.
I think also it's a newer policy, right? They've only had it for almost a year. And so I would love to nudge them / remind them that there is this option that they can move forward. So just that maybe big, bold, if you're having issues,
Take a
if
step
you're
forward.
not content, you should take that step forward. Let us know how we can assist.
We'll convey that message.
I think it may be challenging for someone to implement another change mid-year. So I wonder if it would be helpful to also remind them before the end of this school year if they want to make the change in the fall before school starts.
Yeah. Plus, there will be legislation potentially by March that will.
It'll take
Yeah.
them that long just to get ready for any change that size.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll get that message across.
Well, I think we ought to, as a board, bring this back in May, so that we can look at what's changed and all those things, so that we're having this discussion at the end of the school year, so any changes that we have can be implemented on day one instead of in the middle of a term.
You think we're that quick? May?
Well, by May we'll have the legislature.
What about end of March?
Or March. Fine. I mean,
Talk again when we know what we
We
have
may
to
have
do.
to talk about it again.
just because, if there is legislation, then for sure it needs to come back. But it'd be nice if we were going to make changes that they're made at the beginning of the school year. So.
Although I didn't hate implementing after first quarter. It was interesting. It was an interesting approach last year. I think that our schools did a great job of pivoting.
Yeah, they did.
It got a different level of attention
It did.
when it's not in the middle of trying to get everything up and running.
Yeah, it wasn't buried with all of the other starts.
Thank you.
This has been a great discussion. I appreciate the ideas that have come to the table. So thank you. And Dr. Godfrey, are you comfortable with everything we asked here?
Yes.
No rundown needed?
Nope.
Okay. Great. Let's move to our next agenda item, a discussion on Fieldhouse follow-up with Mr. Larson, Mr. Thomas, and Mr. Rostrom. Please join us at the microphones.
Thank you. We had previously provided the board with some information regarding the feasibility of a 35 to 40,000 square foot field house on all of our high school properties. And we talked a little bit about some estimated annual operating costs. One of the things that the board asked was to come back and maybe show some pictures of what is a field house, what do they look like, what are some possibilities and some options within a field house. So admittedly, Dave and I have toured a few of these in person, one of them being the Westfield High School field house in Weber School District. And we've looked at a number of floor plans as well, but we just thought we'd start with this. Dave, I can't remember the year this was built. It's probably in the last 3 years, wasn't it?
It is, yeah. It's just that'd be probably the latest one that's opened.
Yeah. So, have you visited this, Daryl? Okay. So maybe John, if we can go to the floor plans there, and I'm going to try and squint the best I can. What you're looking at, the grids there are 10 yards each, and so what you can see is it's a 40 yard by 40 yard grid. It does have a track around the outside. You're seeing so the one to the left is the bottom floor. There's a boys and girls locker room, which also doubles as a home and visitor locker room. There's some restrooms and showers there as well. And then to the far left, there's some public restrooms and some storage and there's some coaches' offices and a few things like that. If you go to the right illustration, that is, the center space, that is open to below, so it's a very high ceiling. And then there's a mezzanine. I think the mezzanine's on the bottom there, so there's a second floor. And then to the left of that, it was I believe an observation deck. Yeah, observation balcony that looks out onto the football field. And so they also used that second floor as kind of a, what would you call that? Not a concession stand, but a press box for the.
So there's an announcer box.
Mm-hmm.
They also used it for, different team meetings and stuff like that set up.
They did, even though it's narrow, they did have a number of tables set up there. I know one of the things that Mr. Sorensen and Brian Veazey talked about was possibly doing banquets and things like that. So on that second floor, they did have some tables set up. I know it looks very narrow, but...
In the mezzanine?
On the balcony, yeah.
Between the football field and the baseball and softball field.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Access to both.
Yeah. So maybe, John, if we can go to the next slide, I think that kind of an aerial view, you can kind of see how...
So it's the one with the black roof?
It is, yep. So you can see the observation looks out over the football field, but then on the other side, you can see how they've put a press box right there that John is circling. Okay, maybe the next slide. Here's another exterior shot. You can kind of see the press box there to the right, kind of sticking out.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a sponsor's name in front of the word Fieldhouse?
And then the next one.
Bakers.
Yeah.
There you go.
That kind of gives you an interior view. Again, those are 10-yard grids. Fairly large.
I've seen field houses with a lot of HVAC systems on the roof. Where are they? How robust is it? How cool can you get it? How hot would it be?
They would on this particular building. They're sitting on the ground on the west end of the building, but yeah, they can be climatized.
Mm-hmm.
What is WC on the floor plan? Well, there's men's and women's, and then there are 2 WCs.
That water closet.
A water closet, as in, like, that's a
toilet,
private
a toilet
restroom?
stall.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Thank you. I thought of water closet first, but I'm like, wait, they have a men's and women's. So it's just a private restroom. Okay,
correct.
thanks.
Yeah.
And any of the stalls are actually called water closets.
Mm-hmm.
Is the grass attached? Because when I went in, it was like there was some big rolls that looked like either grass or maybe it was wrestling mats or.
No, in this one I thought the turf was attached, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they were wrestling mats or something.
Yeah, they could have pulled mats over that.
They also had the batting cages.
They
that
do. You can see
on-
the cage.
See
You can
the
see how they
cage.
drop those nets.
On the floor plan, it showed like a track on the bottom field. But
Mhm.
pictures, it looks like there's no said track with like painted lines.
Yeah, not really. I don't believe it was like that. I think it's what you're suggesting. There was just a walking area around the edge. Yeah.
What was the price tag on this one?
When they built it, do you remember what they had that
It was,
at?
just under $8 million in today's dollars. They're talking
Like 10 and a half.
10.5.
But
that was also construction constructed as part of the school layout,
Yeah.
so there might have been
Some economy of scale there for that.
where it was built within. So.
This is at Westfield High School. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's yeah.
But it's way west. It's
It is. It's
it's almost the lake.
it is. It's a jaunt. Yeah.
You know how high the ceilings are? I'm assuming there has to be a certain
Oh,
limit in a field house so that they can use.
What do you think those ceilings would be?
Yeah, I would imagine 35 to 40,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah, I
but
would-
I'm
Something
not
similar
sure.
to a gym, or would it be higher?
Like a high school gym? Maybe
I
at
would-
the peak a little bit higher.
a little bit higher than in high school.
Got to watch your punts.
Yeah, there seem to be. So this kind of just showcases what it looks like.
And so, if classrooms were added onto this, do you have any idea where classrooms would be added on this floor plan?
Yeah, so this is just an example of a 35. I believe it was right around 35,000 square feet. And you can see up on top, like where the mezzanine is. I mean, obviously there could be some classrooms on the second floor. I think you could fit at least 3 classrooms across there if you wanted to. You could really configure it any way you saw fit. This is just a good example of, the square footage, what fits in there.
And that the square footage that we're looking
Correct.
at
Yeah.
possibly.
This is what we showed fitting on the school sites. That would be reasonable. So when you start talking about cost and estimates there, one of the things that Dave mentioned was a new build we believe would be less money, but here you'd have to bring sewer, water, infrastructure out to the building, depending on where it's located, and that could be substantial. And then just depending on what other features you would want inside of a field house.
Sound like 40 yards as we've talked to the different schools. There were some that just had 30 yards,
Mhm.
and that wasn't quite enough.
That was Alta, correct? Yeah.
40 yards is really the recommended minimum.
No matter how many yards they have, we wish we had 10 more. That was kind of the yeah. Yeah, some locker rooms.
There were, if you're done with this, there were 2 other assignments we wanted to follow up on as far as timeline and cost of surveys.
Any questions on these photos, or we just wanted you to see what a field house looks like.
That was helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
So with this square footage, it could possibly fit 2 classrooms on the mezzanine, or
Oh, I think so. Yeah, and you could configure the floor plan to be whatever you'd like. I mean, really, it just depends on what features you would want in there.
things.
Elevators, I noticed.
Correct.
It's that, how does that work with ADA? Do we have to have accessibility?
If we had classrooms up there, then we would have to include an elevator. On that particular design, they're just kind of showing that mezzanine as storage area on the end of it. So it kind of depends how you classify the area.
So it's possible with this square footage, there wouldn't be any classrooms in there unless we wanted to add an elevator
Yeah, or more square footage.
or more square
you know,
footage. Okay.
Because I think the features that you see in there, like the restrooms, the coaches' offices. I know as we've had conversations about field houses, people have brought up a team room, classrooms, those kinds of things. So if you added, you'd probably have to add some square footage to it, because obviously you're going to want some locker rooms, coaches' offices, some different. Storage is a thing that you would absolutely have to have here, and then whatever you decided to include on top. Around the edge.
Mr. Larson?
Okay, so one of the assignments was on if a bond were used to do this, what would that timeline look like? So the date that the bond attorney as well as financial counsel have provided as far as the latest date would be August 4th to get moving on this. So as you notice, some of these don't necessarily match our board meeting schedule, but I just asked them, well, give me the steps and where things might be. So they tried to put these out as far as possible, although that isn't necessarily the recommendation. It would be you don't want to wait to the last minute. For example, you have on August 20th, there must be a resolution that has been approved by the board that has to be delivered to the Lieutenant Governor's office. So meeting that date is very critical there. The rest of it after that August 20th date is really just moving through the process and the steps for a bond. And I'll let you go through the steps, but I hope that answered the question as far as timeline. If you wanted to move quickly, you could. If you wanted to wait a little bit, you could as well.
The soonest this could happen then would be next year, 2020.
November of 26 for a bond election.
If the money were approved, how long would it take to build?
To build? That's a good question, Dave.
Probably getting the design, we'd probably need about 3 months to get the civil work and get the design put together. Most of them are prefab buildings, at least on the upper side of it. And that's what I would recommend if the board chooses to go that direction. And then so it's just putting a foundation underneath it. So, but 3 to 4 months for design, 3 weeks to go out to bid, and then I would guess construction would be 6 to 8 months.
One after another then, or we'd have all of them going on at the same time. What do you think?
Well, that would be up to the board, I guess. And as far as it would be probably difficult to have 6 at one time going, wouldn't it?
We could do it.
I was going to say, you guys have built
There
5 schools.
There
at a
you
time.
go.
You guys can,
Yeah.
you've built a feeder system in a summer. You guys could do that.
If John wanted to spend all of the bond money in 1 year, we could do it, I guess.
We could set the bond in a way that we can make that decision either way, right? Do all 6 or bid them out 3 1 year, 3 another?
Yes. When a bond election passes, at that point authorization's been given for that entire amount. A lot of times you try to issue bonds in slow chunks as construction progresses so that you're not paying interest on something that hasn't even been issued, that you didn't even need the money yet for. So for example, you wouldn't want to, I wouldn't propose just doing the entire bond all at once because it's going to take a little bit to build these. You can do a couple different issuances. The other thing I failed to indicate is that August 20th date. There's a lot of pre-work that has to go before that to come up with the ballot proposition. So that's just the date to, that's
Deadline.
That's the deadline. So the other thing we were asked to bring back was estimated cost of a patron survey, how much that might be. So what I did for that is I just simply went back to the surveys we did for the cell phone policy. And that was done back in March of 24 was when we issued the purchase order for that. So there's certainly been inflation from there, but the cost of a survey here at that point was a 900-person survey was roughly $30,000. That was mixed mode, internet and telephone. And if you recall, we split that up among staff, parents, and students. So we can break it up into groups if you wish. And then there was the focus groups. I remember some of the board members attended some of the focus group meetings. I always found those very helpful because you can hear discussions and hear more of people's thoughts rather than just a survey as kind of yes, no, we're highly favorable, highly not, that kind of thing. But the focus groups ran about $41,000. My view of that, especially given the conversation that just happened about the cell phones, was that was valuable to get that input, and that was part of the whole structure of putting in a good policy that came out of it. So it was nice to hear the feedback from everybody on that. But it is some money. So those are the 3 assignments we had.
In your crystal ball, because I know you have one.
It's back at my office.
If we were to put this out to bond, we had some dropping off, I think, in the last year or so. Is this a substantial, like, it's kind of like refinancing your house, right? Like, is this going to be a big increase in tax, or as we refinance it, could it be cost neutral? Because there's a big difference if they say my taxes are going to go up a lot, I'm not interested. I'll refinance it, maybe I'm okay with that.
So I haven't done the work on any bonds dropping off. At this point, I don't recall any bonds dropping off within that time frame, within the next several years, because we issued the bonds. The earliest bond was 2017, and it was a 21-year bond, so about 38 would be, I believe, the next one.
Okay.
So I don't know that these would drop off, but regardless, even if there was some, or there was additional growth in the taxable value of the district, the ballot proposition requires us to ignore existing bonds and only focus on this bond and its impact on the taxpayers as to the increase. That's been the tricky part when school districts do bonds, is trying to explain to people, but wait a minute, we have bonds falling off, so your taxes will actually stay the same even though the ballot proposition says differently. Well, that's the legal document. We're just following the law, but it requires us to ignore those.
I have a question. So in the previous presentation that we had about Fieldhouses, there was an estimate, I think, of $200,000 a year per Fieldhouse for like the utilities
Maintenance
and
and operation.
Yeah. And so would just from your crystal ball, do you think we would need to go out for truth in taxation to raise funds for that? Because that would be like around estimated $1.2 million. And about when would we need to do that? Just when they're all finished, or?
Yeah, when they're finished, we'd have to have that be part of the budget process. So it doesn't necessarily mean a tax increase, but it would mean the money would have to be found in another way to pay for that. And to help clarify that between the last 2 questions, the operations budget is not part of the ballot proposition. The ballot proposition is only for the bonds, for the one-time money to construct the building. This would be a separate item to consider how to finance that. Yeah.
Questions? Okay. So I guess the questions that we need to answer are, where would you like to go next? I'm curious if board members are interested in further discussion, and I will lay out a couple of scenarios. So one idea that has been tossed around that I don't think we have dug into too much is, at one point we talked about potentially finding sponsors to help build this and allowing them naming rights for the Fieldhouse. Is that, have we done anything besides have the idea?
No.
Okay. So if we wanted to pursue that route, is that something that we feel like the foundation might be willing to partner with us in helping to reach out to businesses and look for a sponsor? Or is that the best next course for that?
I think talking with them would be a good first step.
Okay.
And then strategizing with them may be about the best approach.
Okay.
Can I ask a related question to that? Is there a number that if we could get it down low enough to, that we could fund this without a bond? So if we could get half the money from sponsors, or 60% of the money, or whatever that number is unless it's 100% of the money. I mean, is there a number that a percentage of the funding that you would feel comfortable saying, yes, if we can raise this amount of money, we don't have to go to bond for it?
Might be a little tricky question because of the combination with the donation. So how I could answer that is, the board has within its annual capital projects budget, summer projects, land, and other such things, that if the board were to forego those each year for 6 years, you could finance this one per year for 6 years. So if you add the donations on top of that, then you could probably escalate that time frame and maybe do them in 3 or 4 years. Does that help answer that?
Yeah, I was just curious if I've just had the feeling that bonding is difficult. I haven't been on the board and had the opportunity to feel the pain, but I've just heard that it's painful and it's not, maybe it doesn't have a high percentage of passing.
But
So.
this one, I think, would be a perfect bond, because
Every school,
every
community.
school, if you want it, let's get it passed. I don't care either way. Like, what I don't know if I want to do is take it out of the existing budget, because we do have other needs. Like, we could probably fund it if we stop the West Jordan project, but the West Jordan project needs to go on. And this is not 100% necessary that we build these at our schools. I think it will put us at a disadvantage eventually if we don't have them. But I really would love to have public vote and say, yes, we want to do this with our money, rather than try to figure out a way to do it without their support. I just think asking them for the seal of approval, and we did pass a bond. And I think we learned how to pass a bond in the last time. And if the public votes this bond down, I don't think we should build it. I don't think we figure out a tricky way to go around them. I think this is like, do you want this or do you not? And there'll be a number of people that don't. I'm confident that there'll be a number of people that will support this if we organize it in the right way.
I will say, out of the multitude of people I've spoken with, only 30 to 40% want it. So I'm not optimistic that, from what I'm gathering, I would want to expend a lot more resources pursuing something that I don't think the people I've spoken to want it, regardless of my own personal feeling.
Do they not want it, or do they just not want to pay for it? Because I feel like there's balance.
It was all in the same conversation. I gave all the information I had. Well, I gave financial and Fieldhouse information and asked the opinion. I did get some people were very enthusiastic. Yes. Other people said, well, what about the arts? Could that be incorporated? Or just focus on education academics, please. So I thought I would have more people who would be interested in a bond. That's how I framed it. I did say bond for a Fieldhouse, and I just didn't get that enthusiasm from the majority.
That's why I would propose we move forward with the survey. It's worth the money to either say, we've asked and no one wants it, or no, there's considerable interest. That would be my proposal, is the next step for me is to move forward with an official survey where they go out, unbiased, ask the question, are you interested and would you pay for it? If your taxes had to go up to pay for these, would you be interested? That to me is the next vital piece of the puzzle.
And we did this with the last bond that did pass. Is that correct? We actually did do a lighthouse survey.
Yes.
And they were saying that they wanted swimming pools and everything, but
They did. You and I were in that same meeting.
So,
until they know how much they cost. But anyways.
Regarding the timing of a focus group and a survey, how has that worked historically? Do you have a focus group that helps you decide what to ask in the survey, or do you do a survey and then hold a focus group after?
They have a survey and they choose respondents to participate in a focus group so that they get a representative sample.
okay, these are the three pieces that I gathered from this discussion. Is a question of, do we have people who would sponsor field houses? Are we ready to survey, or do you want to stop the process? So let's just go ahead and ask, are board members interested in reaching out to the foundation and requesting that they try reaching out to some sponsors to try to gain support?
So
Are we there now?
I would like to know what the foundation thinks. You know what I mean? As far as, so instead of telling them we want you to find donors, I would like to know if they have any strategic ideas for us, and how we can possibly work together to find donors, or I don't know, or if they want to take that upon themselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or if
so
we'd have to
meet
give
with the
something up to get
foundation.
those donors?
Yeah, so more of a
Yeah, like-
conversation, not a direction.
Direction. Yeah, I'd like a conversation more than a direction.
Great. And are board members at a point where they're interested in preparing a survey? I'm going to be specific. A lighthouse survey. I mean, not specific to a vendor,
Yeah,
but
We'd have to put it out and go through the purchasing process. That's why I don't mention a specific vendor, but
Right.
just say a survey.
so what I mean by that is a cross section. It's not a district-wide survey, right? They take
Scientific sampling.
a scientific sampling. Are board members ready to invest some money in that process?
Who would develop the questions on the
The
survey?
company we hire, so that we have a neutral professional question.
And would we know those questions before they go out?
Generally, we see
In the
them
past-
before.
I just
They-
want to make
they,
sure the
like,
questions
submit
are
a proposal.
asking what we want to know and aren't too vague or broad.
Once we go through the process of engaging with a company, then we can work on all the specifics of what we want it to look like, what we want the questions to be. We want to be sure they're asking likely voters, people who voted in an off year when there was not a presidential election. I mean, we'll ask all of those things, and they can narrow it down so that we're asking the right questions of the right people.
When we did the cell phone survey, did we provide contact information, or do they have their own database of contacts? I guess the reason I ask is I don't know that we or maybe we do have contact information for all taxpayers or just parents and students in the district.
They would pay to get access to the information they need. So with cell phones, we're able to simply provide that information and say, here are the parents and students, choose, the sample that you need. It will be more expensive to do this type of survey because they'll have to pay for the contact information to then go out. But we've done the same thing. We've paid for email addresses and we've done similar things, but that's part of what the service that they offer is going out and getting that, because they'll need to say, okay, likely voters who vote in this type of election, who have grandchildren in the system, who have no children in the system, who are business owners, who are parents who have athletes, parents who don't have athletes. I mean, they'll have to get all these different groups to see what the level of interest is.
I'm curious if there's any hint of legislation that might throw a wrench in what we're trying to do here.
Yes, there are whispers and shadows of legislation that may restrict the types of buildings and the plans that districts can build. Is that correct?
Yes.
After listening to the Education Committee this last week, Senator Wilson, am I saying the right name?
That's correct.
Thank you, was pretty open that he had a bill file that is open right now that is in regards to the way that buildings are managed and controlled.
Which is crazy to me because many of these bonds that they're complaining about were passed by taxpayers. And they're
And
the
he
ones.
did not talk about bonds. So
they're
he
the
was
ones that
talking
set
about
that
the
up.
regulation of school buildings. There were ideas tossed around like who is responsible for inspecting a building for safety, and who is responsible for. So they discussed how expensive it is to build buildings and ways that they could mitigate that expense by going to a statewide system where a district would have a set of floor plan options and vendors who could build it.
So they're going to adopt Jordan's system.
Yeah, they're
We're already doing that.
very interested in utilizing DFCM, which oversees all of the universities, and quite frankly, usually are beyond cost that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, if they restricted us to university spending, then we could build much more expensive
Field
buildings
houses
than
and
we
every
build
building
right now.
and-
They have a bigger
real
field house
elementary.
than we're proposing.
Put these two in charge of building buildings, and those universities wouldn't have had to make those other degree cuts.
But just by way of, this was interesting timing, there was mention made of field houses among the committee. And they're feeling that schools are getting a little bit outlandish in their design.
Some of them have.
And some have them. So, and that's why they're talking about it. So.
But I think the ones we're proposing are nice size.
Not Taj
They're
Mahals.
not Taj Mahals.
And we want to get the biggest bang for our buck, right? Add classrooms and make sure we're using it for multiple uses.
So let me just see if I am understanding the desire of the board. You are interested in the next step being approaching the foundation to receive ideas on sponsorship and bidding out for a survey.
I would be interested just in the survey at the beginning, not the focus groups. I'd like to see the response of the survey before we spend an additional,
Like a
Chunk of money.
district-wide survey first,
well, just whatever
not
survey.
a cross-section.
Not a focus group included with it, is that what you're saying?
Right.
So would we do that as a bid option for under what you're proposing? Like, this is what it costs for the survey. This is what it would cost to have the focus group, and then based on the results, we may decide to do that second portion.
Because if
of
we
the-
get,
Mm.
like
Mhm.
Suzanne was saying, 30% positive and 70% negative, I don't want to pay for a focus group if I already,
Agreed.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, that makes sense.
My concern is if we do an internal survey, we only reach parents.
I think he's.
No, we do it. We do a cross-sectional survey
Okay,
and then separate whether or not we want to do a focus group afterward.
Yeah, if you have 70% that don't want this, then I'm ready to.
so are you comfortable with a bid that gives us options so then we can look at price comparisons?
Yep.
Okay,
we can arrange it like that, right?
Yeah, sure. The price would go up for the survey alone because there's a risk that all they end up doing is the survey probably, where if you commit to the whole package, it would be less. But then maybe you have to spend money you don't need to spend on a focus group. So
The only benefit that comes to my mind now of a focus group is if we're going to delay this a few years, would the focus group give us information to know when is the right time or what are the right attributes that they're looking for to feel good about a field house? But I'm not sure if that's worth the money.
And maybe we need more than one depending on what happens. Right now, we're trying to find out, do we even pursue this?
what we may find out, let's say that it's 55% favor it and you decide you want focus groups. What we may find out is how to message this in a way that gives clarity around what we're really trying to do. That's what I feel like those who've attended have come away thinking, oh, wow, there's a lot of confusion around this. This is how we really need to message things. So even if you had 70% in support and 75 in support, 25 against, you might still say, okay, but what is that 25% misunderstanding or what? So if you are messaging it, then you have some sense for where the confusion might be or where the issues are.
And personally, I feel like the survey should only go to people who potentially are paying taxes.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
What he said.
Can we provide tax information? This is approximately what it would cost. Can we provide, because I think that's a vital piece of the puzzle to say,
Yeah.
it will increase the average property tax in our district X number of dollars per year.
Or by no more than X number. Like, if we can get some sponsors that could.
I would assume that we would work with them to say, here's what the tax impact would be. Now ask your question.
Well, we could give them a range. Are you comfortable at this range, or this?
I think it's a very different survey when we say, are you interested in field houses? Oh, yeah. Are you willing to pay for them if it costs you $240 a month or a year? Oh, no.
It's kind of like saying to your kids, do you want to be in the car for 12 hours? No. Would you like to go to Disneyland? Yeah. It's, how do you describe it? What, you want to give good information so they know what they're
You don't want to taint the survey,
voting
but you
for.
want to provide realistic information.
Are you sure you want to go to Disneyland? We're driving. Yeah, we still want to go.
So that's why we hire professionals.
I think the lingering question we have to answer is, what is the interest level among the taxpayers who would pay for them? We have to answer that question. However we gather that information, we have to answer that question.
Okay, so in summary, we are comfortable as a board beginning the process of bidding for a survey. And we're comfortable reaching out to the foundation to just solicit ideas on potential sponsorships.
Back.
Can I ask one more thing?
course.
Outside of all of them, we talked about the operating costs. I would be interested to know what our groups are already paying to outside vendors. For instance, a baseball team told me they're paying $40,000 a year for batting space. So I would like to know the savings that by building this, what savings are we making with the people who would be using this? Just would be an interesting
And even rental
piece of-
potential.
and maybe possibility of
An
renting.
interesting
would be
point.
I think we could cover the operating cost in our existing budgets of those athletes and people who would be using it, especially if you rented it outside.
If they're paying $40,000 to rent batting cages,
That's
that's going to be a different budget.
that's what a coach told me. I don't know if that's true. I about fell over when they said that. I think they were
Yeah,
trying to
that's-
convince me that if we build batting cages at their school, then they would save a lot of money. But
Does that mean hypothetically we would charge the baseball team to use the field house so that we don't have to pay for it as a district? the maintenance? Like, where do you shift the cost?
I don't know. I'm just interested in.
But we would charge the Pee Wee League if they wanted to
I
use
see.
it.
Okay.
I'm just interested in what that price really is and what I do know they are spending money to go outside and not just
Good
them.
question.
Soccer and other
is a good
people are
question.
renting outside facilities that they could now not have to rent. And whether or not we charge them or not, what I wouldn't want to do is provide them the building and they charge the same rate. I'm not going to get some, you know what I mean? So I just want to make sure that we understand that we're saving these programs some money, and I need to see lower fees, or that money needs to go into operating.
Let's summarize. Dr. Godfrey, can we request that staff reach out to the foundation? Also, to begin the bidding process on a survey that has different options included. And I don't know how you would gather the information that Dr. Robinson, Dr. Robinson just requested, but could we get some, maybe look at what we're spending for rentals that could be done in-house in a field house?
Certainly.
So cost savings and potential revenue, those two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, can I throw one more over? Would this board be interested in possibly swapping some of our property for a sponsor? That's a whole new ball of wax. Rather than having the foundation go out and look for a donor, would this board be interested in pursuing a property swap for field houses?
I would if we feel the property we're swapping is excessive.
But would you be interested in them pursuing that?
I'm interested.
I'd be interested in the
All
conversation.
offers.
So I would add that one more,
Okay.
is that staff pursues the option of a property swap for field houses.
Interesting idea.
At least to bring that to the table.
Scott, we're property rich as a district right now. Is that correct?
I think right now our portfolio is really strong. Yeah.
He's trying to say we do okay.
Yeah, we do.
Depends on how many people move in that open field.
Yeah,
So in preparing for a bid or a quote on this, one of the key questions is going to be how many respondents do you want to pay for? We did, I would say at a bare minimum 300. We did 900, although 300 each group for the cell phone. Are you comfortable with 900? The more you have, the better results you have, but it does cost more. If you're comfortable with 900, I'll just stay with that. But I know that's going to be the key question everyone's going to ask as they bid on that.
My initial thought is, I don't know that we want to go less if we're serving a broader demographic.
I want this to be thorough enough that if it is no, then we say, hey, we turned over every rock and
Want anyone to accuse us of not using a large enough sample size in choosing not to pursue this?
You want more than 900?
These companies send a recommendation. Okay, you're asking for a sampling of 60,000 households. Well, I know it's much more than that, but I'm throwing out a number. So we would recommend 10% or whatever. Or is this up to us to come up with?
My recollection from the past was they said 300 is your minimum to have any statistical analysis on it, and from there you can build up. What it does is it just reduces your error rate, because they're going to give you, we feel like the population is of this opinion plus or minus 4%, or plus or minus 5 or 3%. So you're just narrowing that field.
we're not throwing it out to everyone, right? These are likely voters.
Yeah, they'll
Have a lot of.
they'll cull that data and have that available.
I am
But-
not interested in going below the minimum recommendation. And I would suspect that the minimum recommendation is going to be more than it was last time.
I think if you
think
go
you're
with
right.
900, you're going to be fine. But I just want to be sure we kind of feel that now. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I would like to clarify, I'm not super interested in revenue generation information right now. Cost savings, yes, but, because this is first and foremost for our students. So I feel like that would be an extra added bonus down the road. And so I would like to
I
see
agree
cost
with
saving.
Erin. Yeah.
So as you're gathering data, you would need a crystal ball anyway to find that out. Who would rent this?
We'll calculate what it would cost if we were to rent it out per hour, and then we can ballpark it, so to speak.
And I would view rentals as subsidizing the ongoing expenses rather than revenue.
Absolutely.
For
Yeah.
sure. Yeah,
Yes.
good point.
Okay.
Maintenance fees and
Great. Great discussion. Anything else to add before we move on? All right. Let's tackle a boundary change update. We will turn it to Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. Just here to give just an update on our process thus far. Happy to answer any questions along the way. So far, we've fulfilled the requirements for official notice to our patrons. We've done that through Parent Square, which is our regular mode of communication. We have to do it that way. And we've also mailed 16,229 postcards to housetops. We've done both these communications in different ways. We've sent the non-impacted areas a certain set of communications, and we've sent the impacted areas, those that would be moved under these proposals, different communications so that it would not, over 14,000, almost 15,000 housetops are not going to be impacted, even though the boundary change does exist in their areas. There's only 1,259 impacted households in this boundary change. We gave information for how to access the surveys. So far, we have hundreds and hundreds that have taken it. Over 300 for the Midas Creek area. Over 900 for the Northwest area. And we've held 2 open houses. One at Midas Creek Elementary for that area, and then one at Copper Hills High School for the Northwest area.
What was the number of respondents for the Midas Creek area, did you say?
Midas Creek, as of yesterday, 316 responses. And the open house attendance, we had 8 parents that showed up for the open house at Midas Creek and around 20 participants at the Northwest area open house. And we're in the process of going out to all school community councils for those impacted schools. Some of those meetings have already started, and our administrators of schools have been helping us in going out there and getting the word out, more talking about the process and just giving them the same information. And that's been going on. The survey will stay open through October 2nd. That's a Friday and coincides with the end of our parent-teacher conference period for the fall. So that's where we are. Next on the timeline that's required to do is public comment and public hearings. We anticipate those happening the end of October and into November with a potential board action in November. Any questions that I can help answer?
Can you give us an idea of the feedback that you've received at the open houses?
Yes, feedback's been, first of all, appreciative of the way things have been communicated. We've given more runway in this boundary change than we typically have in the past, just because we started the process so early. This was a discussion we held back in June and decided to implement in August. Responses have been mixed, and when people are opposed, it's typically because, well, I live really close to the school, and this would take me from being able to walk or drive and access it easily to a longer drive. Or this is a school that our kids are used to. We don't want to change. We love our school. We love our principal. We love our teachers, and people don't like to be changed. And that's reflective of the quality leadership and the quality teachers that we have in our school communities. So that's good. There were some patrons that showed up that were very excited about the move and said it made sense, and were wondering where they could make it happen. So, and those were opportunities that we had to share with them. The 2 periods that we'll have for public comment, and we encourage them to attend and of course take the survey, and several had not taken the survey that came, and so they scanned the they were waiting for the open house and getting information, and then they scanned the QR code right there and took the survey. Several parents brought their students as well. So
Have a date for a hearing or for hearings already scheduled? I might have missed that.
yeah, on the timeline we proposed was a public comment period in our our October 28th board meeting. And then the public hearing, which is required by law, would be scheduled for the November 11th date. That's, again, we can shift that. I know we have to oblige with notification laws, but so there is some wiggle room there, but that's our anticipated timeline.
So with a hearing, we don't limit the number or the amount of time that we can hear from constituents, but we can still say a 3-minute time period, right?
That's great. Thank you.
And you're suggesting that happened during a board meeting. So it just might be a longer board meeting if there's a lot of feedback.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. The public comment is different than a public hearing, and we have to hold a hearing, and yes, you have to hear everybody that's signed up to comment. You can limit the time they comment, but you have to hear everybody out.
I don't foresee a problem, but I just note that is on a holiday for Veterans Day. Does anyone see a problem with that? People don't generally celebrate.
I'll be out of town.
I celebrate. I go to the zoo or the aquarium for free, but I'm okay. Yeah.
I think alternatively, it would be the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, and many people might be gone who might otherwise comment.
Or we always have the option of choosing a date that is not a regular board night. That is what we did for West Jordan Elementary.
I'd rather do it on a regular board night. I'll forego the aquarium.
You can
or
go
the zoo.
early.
Yeah.
We do have the November 18th. I think we have a board meeting the following week. We because of fall break and so forth, it looks like we have board meetings on the 11th and the 18th, I believe.
Oh.
So potential vote could be on the 18th.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you for the update and for the effort. Are you starting to hear about school community councils being established and meetings on calendars?
Yeah, there have been meetings already held. A lot of schools are taking advantage of this week for parent-teacher conferences. That's our secondary conferences this week, and they'll be using that time to vote for their school community council membership. Elementaries are the next week, in the first week of October. So after that time period, that's when we start training. That's when the state will hold trainings, and really the bulk of community council meetings get underway after that. Some have already started, though.
So my only just slight nervousness is that most of the schools affected in my area have not yet scheduled their school community council meetings. And I am on board for the timeline as long as they have in fact met and had an opportunity to hear the presentation from the district.
Sure.
I think we'll be okay, but maybe we can reach out to principals and nudge in that direction. I can do that. I don't need to make your workload longer.
No, we're happy to do that. And just to clarify, the information given at the school community councils will be the same information that has already been available on the website, the same things that we've emailed out and that we've mailed out. They'll just have more of an opportunity to answer questions in that environment, and specifically, those are the folks that are really tapped into the communities and have oftentimes are the ombudsmans for community questions, and so it's a good opportunity to engage with them.
I appreciate that extra step, and what I am hearing right now is we want lots of opportunities to hear about this and understand the process, and so that's one extra step that I appreciate you taking, but I think it's really valuable to the community. Okay.
And thank you for the building capacity workbook. It's been phenomenal.
Thank you.
It's helpful. Okay.
As I've fielded questions, I have never had a question that document has not answered. So it's been very helpful.
That's really good to hear. I will add the feedback we've got also. We updated the website. There were some patron comments that said, hey, we would like to see what would happen if this didn't go through. What would the long-term projections look like? So that was great feedback. We added it on there. Several people were very appreciative of that, so they can just kind of compare and contrast what it would look like with or without a change.
Thank you for being so responsive to that request. I got an interesting phone call from a constituent who said, can you tell me the pros and cons? Like, what are you hearing? I thought that was a really good sign that people are saying, I don't see an immediate drawback, so can you help me understand what people would be upset about? So I've really appreciated this process. I know it's new territory that we haven't tried before, but you've done a great job communicating, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. And I'll pass that along to those that have helped. It's a team effort, so thank you.
Okay. Are board members okay to go on to the next agenda item? We have about 30 minutes. Okay. Yes, I saw that. Let's go ahead and begin a discussion on Administrative Policy AA 419, the student conduct, dress, and appearance. And just by way of background, we had some questions arise at graduation, and a request was made of the board that we revisit our policy in regards to graduation, dress and appearance, and that we receive recommendations from our administration when it wasn't right in the swells of graduation season. So if you're wondering why this is showing up now, just to remind you, that's the reason. So let's go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you very much. Looking at Roman numeral 2, section D of the policy, we have some minor changes that may accomplish some of the things that we talked about. These are some of the questions that I recall hearing. What about the flowers that are around the cap? What about
Writing.
the rare lettering on top of the cap? And I think that the policy has moved forward in a good direction. And one of the things that we talked about doing in the swells of graduation season in the spring was to have a meeting, whether virtual or in person, with all of the people who end up being behind the scenes at graduation, so that they can talk about the various things they've encountered. There's a little laughter in my voice because it is surprising sometimes what you encounter. But it's also very emotional. It's a big deal. It's important to people. And I think having clarity from school to school will be helpful. So there are two proposals that have come from Mr. Sorensen's conversations with high school principals and assistant principals when it comes to graduation. They're minor. D5 just gives some clarity so that we're using the active voice instead of the passive voice, and we're saying that graduates may wear school-issued and or approved tassels, sashes, pins, hoods, cowls, mantles, cords, insignias, or medals signifying achievement, honor, participation, membership, or recognition. Number 2 really gets to these questions that we talked about. Graduates are expected to wear the prescribed cap and gown, and we take off the without alterations. Because alteration can be viewed as wearing a pin, or it can be misinterpreted. Now, I don't know that anyone is a big fan of the writing on top of the cap. I don't think it happens frequently, but it also is really important to some who do it. The without alterations is taken off because then it gives the flexibility to make decisions about what is said earlier, in order to maintain the dignity, decorum, propriety, and respect of the commencement ceremony. So it kind of puts it back in the hands of administrators. If there are flowers around the bottom of the cap, does that take away from the dignity of the ceremony? I think that they would not keep that from happening. I think they would allow that. And that would be more clear if it said if it didn't say without alterations, that would be allowed for. But really this comes down to what the board wants to see and does not want to see at graduation. If you want to be sure that the writing is not on top of the cap, I think we ought to say no writing is allowed on top of graduation on the mortarboard. And we just need to make that clear if that's something you do not want to have happen. If you don't want flowers around the cap, then we should say there are to be no flowers around the cap. But sometimes that's the way someone wears another lei that has important significance for their family, and I know we move toward leis being worn by students. So these are the proposed changes that we intended that we make to reflect what the board asked us about, because what I recall is not the board saying we do not want the flowers around the cap or we don't want the letters on top of the mortarboard. It's that, is that a violation of the way it's written? So if you do want that restricted, let's just clearly state that. The decorum and dignity, that still gives the administration the leeway to say that's so outlandish that you can't wear that. That means you don't have to outline everything. But if there are instances of problems that we want to address, we ought to address those very specifically. So this is our proposal, but we're very open to more specificity if there are things you would like to avoid.
I have a thought. What do you think about the sentence "in order to maintain the dignity," et cetera, et cetera? What if we empowered administrators a little bit more by removing "in order to maintain the" and just said dignity, decorum is expected of all participants? What I'm imagining is by removing a cap and gown without alterations, what if we have someone who cuts off their gown here? You know, it says "in order to maintain," but it doesn't say "without alterations." I think to me, it's a little more clear as dignity, decorum is expected.
I like that because then it's not limited to that list
Right.
that follows. So I think that's a suggestion that would help.
Not that I want to give ideas to graduates by saying cutting off your gown, but
Right. Well, yeah. We asked ourselves that. What does alterations mean? I need that hemmed? No.
Right.
I mean, it means that they're, are you cutting it up? Or are you doing
shredding the bottom.
Shredding
Yes.
it. I mean, it's not punk rock to show up at graduation to start with, so you can't punkify it very well. But we couldn't picture what that meant. Instances of where people have really modified it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Is modifying the gown unzipping it? Because I went to a lot of graduations this last year, and it was really interesting to watch some schools how they wore the gown. And I was really concerned when I saw at least one school that a lot of people didn't have it zipped. And so does that need to be written into the policy because I believe it should be zipped up.
If that's something you want to see, then we should say the gown should be fully zipped up. My dad was a university professor, and it always bugged him when people put the mortarboard on the back of their head too, so that it's like basically vertical. Like, no, it's supposed to be horizontal. But I get the point. I get the point about
the gown looks like a cape instead of a gown. You know what I mean? It's very different when it's zipped up and when it's not. And so if we need to write that wording in, or administratively, can you ask them to do it? If there's one or two, that's not a problem. But when you're seeing a whole school, it's a bigger problem. I don't know.
I don't want to put that in the policy, to zip up the gown.
I don't think that takes away.
I
My
yeah,
opinion. I don't
it takes away.
think the unzipped takes away because honestly, when I was graduating high school, I bought out a very nice outfit to wear. But then I realized that no one could see it because I had on a gown, right? And so, like, having it unzipped, I think is fine if that's what they'd like to do. They still have tassels and other things that are kind of keeping it in place. That's just my opinion. But
So, as I try to remember some of the questions that were raised last year, I recall that one administration decided to limit the number of leis that were worn, and we received some feedback that they felt like that was inappropriate. They probably were specifying on the cap, but I don't remember that specifically. I'm old, so. But what I'm curious about is, I think that it is difficult for administrators to have so much leeway that then they're put in the line of fire of saying, I'm sorry, this is too many. When you can't see the stairs that you're walking up because your face is covered in leis, that's too many. I hate to put that all on them. And so I'm curious about something about impeding like safety or being able to see the face visible. I don't know. That's tricky because some might choose to wear masks, but I'm just curious if there's a way that we can provide a parameter that an administrator can say, hey, buddy, I'm sorry. That's now a safety issue. We got to make sure that you can walk up those stairs without tripping or whatever. I don't know. Am I the only one concerned about this?
When we wrote the policy, we talked about the principle of distraction. If what you're doing is distracting, you're so much different than everyone else, that's where I think the line is. But I don't know if it's a policy line or an administrative line. I was told by one person, the administrator said they couldn't wear a lei because they're Hawaiian, which was kind of bad because I bought the lei for them, and
Because
so
they were not Hawaiian.
to me, that's maybe how it was administered more than the policy. And
That's why we want to do the big meeting where we just say, all right,
yep,
all the
these are what it
graduation
is.
enforcers, let's talk about consistency.
Yeah.
Because the limit on the number of leis, or do you really qualify because is this a reflection of your culture?
Yeah.
That was never a school-wide policy. We followed up on that. There was no school that had that as a policy, but there may have been individuals
One person
who
said
made that
something.
decision in a
Mhm.
moment before someone walks out and said, hey, you can't wear all those, or whatever it was.
That's always going to happen. You're not going to have perfect.
Yeah.
But I think the meeting and then any additional clarification you want to give to the policy will help get us closer to a positive experience and a clear expectation.
Can you have the meeting before we adopt the policy? Because they might have some ideas to.
This is the reflection of what
Of
our
what you've already met.
conversations
Okay.
have been. It's
So-
just those slight changes.
We have some ambiguity in the wording, and I feel like we're even maybe making it a little more ambiguous. I think it's difficult to say what is a dignified manner and what is an alteration. So I see that we're going to now take that away and say, okay, you can wear the prescribed cap and gown, and if it's dyed hot pink, then okay, because
But that's not the-
alterations are now okay.
But that's not the prescribed cap and gown. I think you could make an argument. If you cut half of it off, that's not the cap, that's not the gown you were prescribed.
But if I bedazzle my
Or if you
mortar
paint it,
board, is
if
that
you-
what it's called?
Mortar
board?
Mortar board, yeah.
I just have this picture of tiling every time you say that, but
Yeah.
if you spray paint it pink, that's not the gown you were prescribed. Sorry, you can't wear that. I mean, I
but
can
if
see
I
an argument.
bedazzle my
could be
mortar
made.
board, is that the prescribed gown or
Cap
and gown?
I don't think so. That's not the mortar board you were prescribed. If you add flowers to it, you're not changing the mortar board. You're not painting it. So I could see an exception made there, but
Meaning it's removable.
Yeah.
Whereas if you paint something, you can't remove that. You've permanently changed it.
I mean, I know we're kind of picking at straws, but
But I think they want some clarity or support, right? So,
Well, I don't know.
No, they're the
This
ones that are
seems
proposing
me
to
like
take
they want
that
less
out.
clarity.
oh,
If we take out without alteration, it allows for the flowers around the cap, and it allows for letters on top. And my feeling was that, my recollection rather, was that the board members were that I heard from were concerned at the policy not being followed, not that the flowers were worn, but that it didn't match the policy. So if the feeling is they shouldn't be wearing flowers around the cap, we should say that. If the feeling is don't put letters on top of the mortar board, that needs to be stated. And I don't think we need to talk about spray painting it pink. That has not been a common problem, and I think prescribed cap and gown would cover us there. But there is, it is common to have the flowers around the cap, and it is not impossible that we would have a handful here and there putting letters on top of the mortar board. I want to say mortar board as much as I can tonight.
We're all learning. All right. Board members, are you comfortable with those changes?
Yes.
I guess it will need to come to a business agenda for a formal vote.
Yes, should we just bring it at the end of October for the formal vote? Okay.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and take a 12-minute break. Oh, 15-minute break. I'll have to hop back in, but I think it will be a shorter business meeting. Does that sound okay to everyone?
yes.
All right, great. We will adjourn. To the Jordan Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025. We are excited to have a full room, and I'm especially excited to welcome Sunset Ridge Middle School. Lots of friendly and familiar faces here tonight. All right, we're going to, first of all, let me introduce. My name is Nikki George. I'm the board president. Joining us this evening are our board members, Lisa Dean, Suzanne Wood, Aaron Barrow, Brian Barnett, Bryce Denford, and Daryl Robinson. We also have our board attorney, Mr. Paul Van Komen, our superintendent, Dr. Anthony Godfrey, our associate superintendent, Mike Anderson, and our business administrator, John Larson. So we're happy to have each of you here, whether you're joining here at home. Welcome. We appreciate your interest. We are excited to get started this evening with our Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Adriana Garcia, who is in 8th grade, Kenzie Shaw, and Riker Densley in 7th grade student body officers at Sunset Ridge Middle School. So we'll turn it to you.
Would the audience please stand in honor of our flag? Color guards, attention. Color guards, advance. Color guard, halt. Color guards, present the colors. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Color guard, post the colors. Color guards dismissed. The audience may be seated.
Thank you. Well done. All right, we'll now enjoy our reverence by Riley McKiff from the Sunset Ridge Middle School PTSA.
Life is nothing but moments. That fight you had with your best friend is just a moment. The time you were up all night finishing a project is just a moment. The night you watched the sunset with the boy you thought you'd marry is just a moment. The championship that you lost is just a moment. The road trip you spent with your friends singing to throwbacks is just a moment. Every moment that passes with time. Every up and every down and everything in between is just a moment that passes with time. You may remember these moments and you may not, but what you will remember is the people you spent them with and the way you felt. The way she made you laugh, the way he made you cry, and the way they made you feel like you were on top of the world when you were nowhere but with your best friends. All of these moments and feelings and people combine to make up a bigger moment that we call life. In all of eternity, our life is just a moment. Appreciate the moment you've been given and the people you've been given to spend it with. Because no matter how beautiful or tragic a moment is, it always ends. So hold on a little tighter, smile a little bigger, cry a little harder, laugh a little louder, forgive a little quicker, and love a whole lot deeper, because these are the moments you'll remember when you're old and wishing you could rewind time. Not a single thing lasts forever, so you better enjoy it before it's gone.
Hi everyone, I'm Nicole Stradley. I'm a 9th grader at Sunset Ridge Middle School, and we are Amazing School in West Jordan. This year we are celebrating our 20th year of being a school. We started off the school year with a fun back to school night, including hot dogs and a DJ provided by our PTSA. We had one of the best turnouts we have had in a long time. We also got to meet our new principal, Mr. Glenn. We are so excited to have Mr. Glenn at Sunset Ridge. One other thing we did to celebrate our 20th anniversary was a Spirit Week. We had fun dress-up days, including school colors, sports day, and crazy hat day. We ended our week off with a spirit assembly run almost entirely by our student body officers, with getting to know our new SBOs and fun games to get students involved. Since our school was created, we have been part of Schools to Watch, where teachers and students strive for excellence in school and community. We strive to include everyone and help raise them to excellence. We have been lucky to go. I have been lucky to go to Sunset Ridge for 3 years. Some things that make our school great is our teachers. They do not only care about our grades, but also about us. They check up on us and support us in all we're doing and make learning fun. Another thing that makes our school special is our student body. They look out for each other. Just the other day, I saw a kid spill his papers all over the hallway. Everyone around him stopped and helped clean up his papers. Even if they were rushing to class, they helped. It is those small things that make that, like this, that show me that our students care. One of our greatest prides at Sunset Ridge Middle School is our performing arts. With an incredible dancers and dance co, an incredible band program that continues to grow year after year, an award-winning orchestra that can't be beat, and our musicals are always a force to be reckoned with. This year we are performing Xanadu. I'm so excited to see how it turns out. And of course, our choir, under the direction of Mrs. Rogers. Please enjoy as our newest choir, Songbirds, performs Where the Light Begins.
What a treat. Thank you so much for that. That was beautiful. All right. I'd love to take a minute to ask all those who are here from Sunset Ridge, parents or administrators, would you please stand and let us give you a hand? Thank you for supporting these students. And then any student that is here from Sunset Ridge, will you please stand? Love to give you a hand. And before you sit down, we want a chance to shake your hand as well. So if you would please come to this side of the dais and then just walk your way down. We also have a little pin to give you to thank you for being here tonight.
I said so many times. I'm so
Do you want to stay for 3 hours? Good and good, bad and ugly.
Mr. Fun said wait till you.
Oh, wait.
Oh, okay, I was about like, dang, girl.
Thank you so much, Sunset Ridge. That was so fun to have you, and we are thrilled to have you stay all night tonight. But if you need to leave, we are not offended if you want to slip out, and we will see you next time. Thank you. All right, we'll now move on to our resolutions of appreciation with Ms. Dean.
Whereas dedicated service to Jordan School District was faithfully and effectively performed. Whereas they consistently and conscientiously executed their responsibilities with integrity, honesty, and loyalty. Be it therefore resolved that the Jordan School District Board of Education and District Administration declare appreciation for the outstanding service that was performed in the cause of public education, and hereby express our sorrow at the death of these valued friends. Frank Ray Goodman, teacher. Joreen Marjorie Hall, secretary and training specialist. Colleen Leslie, teacher. Jason Norman, electrician.
Thank you. All right, let's now move on to board member recognitions. Do any board members have something to share?
You know I do. Okay. Okay, so I would like to thank Hidden Valley Middle School for having an annual sunrise salute every September 11th. And it is so great singing with members of the community. And this event, it creates a feeling of unity and patriotism, and it really helps our students to become more engaged citizens. And anyway, I just love attending this. And then also, Smith Entertainment Group, Utah Jazz, and America First Credit Union sponsored a new Jordan Innovation Learning Lab at Juniper Elementary School, and it was really fun to attend the ribbon cutting. There are things where students can create stop motion animation. There are these special cardboard cutters. I think that Dr. Godfrey knows what they are called. What are they called again?
I don't remember.
Oh, sorry.
Cardboard saws or
Something
I think
chomp
saws.
saw?
A chomp saw.
A
Chomp
chomp
saw.
saw.
There
A
you
chomp
go.
saw.
Yes.
And there are also 3D printers and little programmable robots and just a lot of materials. And I am so grateful for the sponsorship of these groups. This Innovation Learning Lab will create opportunities for all learners to become more curious thinkers and creative problem solvers. And then a couple weeks ago, I saw in a GEM, which is a Jordan employee memo, that there would be a home visit training on September 3rd, and I decided to attend because it really interested me, and I was so impressed with the attendees and the care that they have for their students, and I really appreciate the district providing this valuable training because I think it really will help our teachers and our educators create a culture of belonging and also help implement effective communication to the families in our district. And then last, I was invited to participate in the West Jordan High School People of the Pacific Ava ceremony in August, and it was such a great honor to participate. And I love seeing our students learn more about their own and each other's cultures and traditions. And I want to thank all teachers and advisors that work hard to create a culture of belonging in our schools.
I'll go next. I was also able to attend the Juniper Elementary ribbon cutting for the Jordan Innovation Learning Lab, and that was really fun and special, and the sixth graders there at Juniper who got to be involved with that was a lot of fun. And I love seeing events like that with our community business partners and how that is also teaching our students to be engaged citizens, and I'm just so grateful for those businesses and all that they contribute to our school district. Excuse me. But I also got to attend the Fall Family Fair put on by Language and Culture Services, and I would just like to thank Michelle Loveday and her team for putting that on. It was so much fun. It was at the Veridian Center in West Jordan, and there were so many tables set up, so many resources for our students and families in Jordan School District, and it was such a lovely sight to see, and all of the performances that went on. It was a really fun event. So if you haven't been before, which I hadn't been, I would highly encourage you to attend next year's Fall Family Fair. And just kind of I want to give a shout out to all of our bus drivers. For those of you who are not aware, I am a part-time crossing guard for the city of West Jordan. And I love standing on my corner and waving to all the bus drivers that drive by, even those who are driving Jordan School District trucks or vehicles. I'm waving at them, and I'm sure they're like, who is this lady waving at me? But I just so appreciate everyone who supports our school district, even if they're not in a classroom, right? The school bus drivers who are getting our kids safely to and from school. I love and those behind the scenes staff workers. So thank you to everyone.
I got something. So my family asked me to babysit 3 of my grandsons, which means everyone in the whole wide world was busy except for me. So I think that never happens, and who would trust 3 grandkids with me? So it was just so happened it was on the same night as the family fun fair. So I took them over, and I've gone as a board member, but never as like a grandfather or father. And they had a blast, and they walked away with handfuls and handfuls of stuff, and they like stuff. And so I just wanted to thank them. It was nice to see it from a different perspective. I try to go to that every year, but usually as a board member, and it's a lot different than having them talk to people and stuff like that. So anyways, I wanted to thank that. And then I was taking my wife on a date, and she said I could pick anywhere. So I took her to the Jordan Learning Center, and we had hot dogs at the new center with the virtual academy, and she was surprised. But it is a phenomenal place. That they gave me a little tour around, and that is the best looking Walmart I've ever seen in my life. I mean, you cannot even tell that was once a Walmart. I don't think you can tell this building was a nursery, or that the administration building, the ASB, it was once a gym, a Grand Central, I guess. Our district does such a phenomenal job at taking space that the community isn't using and turn it into usable and excellent. If you haven't gone there, it's gonna blow your socks off. It was just so cool. And then just one more, I got to go over to Foothills and do the color run. I wore clothes that they wouldn't throw chalk at me, so that was good. But anyways, we have a great district. There's so much that's going on. You could really be busy almost every moment doing something. And I just appreciate what everyone's doing to make this ship sail.
I'll add a few of my own. It's been a fun start to the school year, and I got to attend a few induction ceremonies for NJHS and NHS. And it occurred to me how frequently I am announcing athletic success at schools, and what an honor it is to be able to announce the kind of academic success that we are seeing at our schools. Those of you who are familiar already know that NJHS and NHS are our honor societies at our schools, and it is for students who have academic scholarship, but also leadership and service. Are values that they strive to achieve. They're constantly looking for service hours and finding opportunities to contribute to their communities. What a great example of what's happening in our schools. It was really a pleasure to see, especially at Sunset Ridge, probably 50 students who came up and received an induction into this good group. So what a pleasure. Also, I just wanted to give a thank you and a shout out to our school community councils, those who are willing to put their name out there and the time that it takes to manage the funds that we are given through our land trust programs, as well as the goals and progress and achievement of our school buildings. I love the communication and partnership that we have with our community through school community councils. So thank you to those of you who are putting your name on those ballots. I know it is uncomfortable. I know it intimately. So I feel for you and I appreciate you. I also wanted to give a quick shout out to Copper Hills HOSA chapter, who are committed to their blood drives. They do several every year, and they just had their first blood drive this past week. It's fun to see how many students are willing to come out, even for something as small as a cookie, but I think it's probably motivated by a desire to serve their community. They do a great job. They break records consistently in our district and recently received some accolades across the whole Northwest Northwest region of ARUP. So that was very cool. And then, because I am so grateful for the volunteers who make these magical events happen at our schools, I wanted to shout out to Antelope Canyon Elementary, who just held a fun run also. Dr. Robinson and I have both been getting messy. It is so fun to see the amount of coordination and work that goes into those events and the generous support that provides for those fundraisers that our PTAs hold, that give us opportunities to have our students out in the community on field trips, things like school plays, other things like teacher appreciation. There's so much that is done through volunteer work in our schools, and I'm so grateful to rub elbows with some of those people who have that heart of service. So what an exciting start to this school year. Any others that I'm missing? Okay. Then let's go ahead and turn it to Dr. Godfrey for superintendent recognitions.
Thank you very much. I have done a podcast in the past on that Copper Hills blood drive, and I love that we do things in that vein. I also want to celebrate some of the same things that you have celebrated. First of all, the Innovation Center is really exciting. We did a podcast episode there. I could not resist the chop saw. I couldn't remember what it was called, but I had a really good time with it. And you kind of want to pull out every drawer and see all the things they have. And when I was there, they gave me this 3D printed shield magnet to give to each of you. So I will pass these down. This recognition comes with favors. So I'm going to send those down your way so you can each have a magnet. I made a guitar pick when I was there. It was really, really fun. And I appreciate the partners who made that possible. The Smith Entertainment Group, Utah Jazz, and Mammoth, and America First Credit Union. They had a lot of fun with the things we had printed for them as well. There's another one right there. I think there are 7. Hopefully there are. If not, I'll get you one. And then, wait, there's one more in my pocket. How about that? There you go. There it is. And then when you have donors like that say, we generally want it to be in this, in this area, and that we want to provide this sort of experience for students, we just have incredible people who I felt very confident turning that over to, saying they'll know exactly what kids need and what's going to be really exciting for them. So thank you to everyone who made that possible. And then we also have the Jordan Learning Center that opened. Certainly they're finishing touches, and we're waiting for big screens to come on the slow boat from China. But they turned this around in a miraculous time. And when you go in the Jordan Learning Center, which, as Mr. Robinson indicated, used to be a Walmart, you cannot tell where the produce section was. It's all remodeled in a way that is very welcoming, very exciting. So I have a pin commemorating that for each of you. And it's the Jordan Learning Center with the gold J's arranged like the Walmart logo, acknowledging the previous use for the building. So I will pass those down as well for you to each have a pin. And we are going to arrange for an early field trip for the board to walk through. Even though everything isn't completely finished, everyone's moved in. And so we want to give you an early look, and we'll be reaching out to schedule that with you. And then we'll do a ribbon cutting when more is in place, just like we do with a new school opening, but that will be later this year. So thank you very much for supporting that effort in making the Jordan Learning Center possible. It's everything I hoped it would be. And the central location will really mean that thousands of families benefit from this every year. So thank you very much. And thank you again to those who made the Innovation Lab and the Learning Center possible, and all the hard work that staff did to put that in place so quickly.
Such exciting things happening. Thank you for the update. We sure appreciate your vision. Dr. Godfrey sees an abandoned Walmart, and his visionary mind doesn't just see an abandoned Walmart, and we're very lucky to have his leadership in the district. Okay, we'll now move to the public comment section of our meeting. Just a few reminders ahead of time. This is something that our board values, is being able to hear from our residents, students, and employees. But a few reminders. The board does not take comment on personnel issues or statements regarding the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual during board meetings. If you have concerns to that end, we would invite you to email board members individually. You can find our contact information on the district webpage. Also, those wishing to have comments heard by the board are asked to list the topic they intend to discuss as well as their name. Hopefully you saw the sign-up document on your way in or through email. We ask that comment be kept age appropriate. The board does not discuss issues that are not on the meeting's agenda. The board may ask staff to follow up on issues raised or may address them at a future meeting. But please remember that silence by the board on an issue does not suggest support or opposition to the message that's given. The board will now begin taking public comment on items not listed on the agenda. In-person comments will be heard first, followed by comments received electronically. And please remember that all comments, whether emailed or in person, are to be kept to a limit of a maximum of 3 minutes. So we ask that you please be respectful of that time. I will call you to the podium, and then once you get up, please make sure that you state your name. So we'll now hear from Colleen Laird, and she will be followed by Jeff Rifleman.
My name is Colleen Laird, and I'm part of the community of residents who live near the land that was formerly occupied by West Jordan Elementary. To begin, I'd like to quote to you from your August 26th meeting. Mr. Thomas, could you speak to the West Jordan community that expressed a lot of concern about what we would do with West Jordan Elementary, and they were concerned that we would allow high density. Can you tell us the provisions that are in this agreement about what the intent is for West Jordan Elementary School? Mr. Thomas's reply. I know in speaking with Ivory that was one of the first things we brought up as we started our negotiations, the concern with the community and what they expected and what we kind of anticipated might go there. And Ivory was quick to say, look, we certainly want to blend into the community. We want to complement it. We're not going to go in and put high-rise buildings or apartment buildings. They specifically told us that they would look at different types of products, perhaps some patio homes and some things that would work well within the existing footprint. So there was no intent on their part or for high-density housing of any kind. End of quote. There are no provisions in the agreement with Ivory specifying the type of structures to be built. Such clauses can't be included. But knowing that Ivory intended to build patio homes, which they refer to as cottage homes, should have raised concern. In my talks with Ross Dinsdale, Ivory's current vision is indeed to build cottage homes on 4,000 to 5,000 square foot lots. I don't know what your definition of high density is, but our community thinks that stacking 2 to 2.5 townhome type structures on the same 10,000 square foot lot currently required for one home is pretty close to high density. From the board's discussion, it's obvious that you were aware that West Jordan community members have been very concerned about the future of the land. However, there was no attempt to contact our community, and we feel that we have been betrayed by Jordan School District. Flyers should have been sent home with school children at Majestic and Westland. A banner should have been hung on the schoolyard fence. How can there be public input when there is no public notification? Our community wonders why Ivory was sole sourced and why the land wasn't surplus to give the city and possibly other developers opportunity to bid. The district could then have used the proceeds for the purchase of the desired land. And we recognize that some folks like to live in so-called cottage homes, and that's fine. But most of us in the West Jordan Elementary community moved here because we wanted to live in a single-family area with a nice-sized private yard, space between neighbors, and an elementary school within easy walking distance. Our school is gone, but we ask that you at least help us keep the flavor of our neighborhood. It's our understanding that the 60-day due diligence period extends to approximately October 26th. We hope that you will reconsider the land swap as it presently is constituted and withdraw from the contract. If not, then please use any influence you may have with Ivory Homes to convince them that townhouse-type homes on tiny lots do not blend into or complement our area. On September 9th, our community packed the West Jordan City Council chambers to express our concerns, and if Ivory proceeds with their current plan, that same group will fight them every step of the way. We hope that you'll help us. Thank you. And you might, I don't know how many other people are going to speak, but you might just ask for a raise of hands. Who else is here for that? Because there are several other people. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we'll hear from Jeff Rifleman, followed by Eric Smith.
Good evening. We meet once again. 3 minutes goes by very quickly, so we have enough to say again today and probably next month and the month after. I reached out to this board last month, raising concerns about the failures how the district has handled an assault in a locker room upon my client's child. I asked if anyone you'd like to discuss this after the meeting last month, and a few of you said hello, thanks for coming out, but no one addressed or wanted to understand or hear more about the issue. A few of you reached out and responded to my email, which I assume all of you received. If you didn't raise your hand, I'll be glad to send the email out again. So I take it you've all received the email. Of those who responded, as I stated, I will maintain confidentiality as to your responses and your requests. As one of you has stated, that under advice of legal counsel, not to discuss the issue directly with me. Tonight, again, I invite each one of you individually and collectively to contact me, confidentiality, for more information on this assault. And I renew my request that this board establish a committee or focus group to address the systematic failures in the process, training, enforcement of discipline, and specifically Title IX in this district. A student was the victim of hazing, bullying, lewdness, and sexual assault in your West Jordan High School locker room about a year ago. A decision, after about a year, was made and confirmed violations and imposed some sanctions, although I believe that they were minimum at best. Suspensions, exclusion from 3 games, a no contact order, and locker room monitoring were some of the sanctions and remedies. One of those games was a junior varsity game of which none of the students that were sanctioned would have participated anyway. They were also supposed to be excluded from related activities, which they were not. And we'll get to that in a moment. The sanctions have not been meaningful and enforced. Once a person was served was the JV game, although all perpetrators are varsity players. The student who was assaulted has been forced into the same weightlifting class and locker room as his assailants. In fact, they said, we'll make accommodation for that child where he can dress in another locker room, but the assailants get to continue with the team. That should speak volumes as to how the school in particular has addressed this issue for this child. Remedies were promised, but remain unimplemented. Just to be clear, there are violations of the district policies and imposed and discussed sanctioned remedies. New information, the citing of 3 alleged perpetrators in the juvenile court with allegations of sexual battery, hazing, and lewdness have been made and are being pursued at the juvenile level. This information was brought up to the district, and no further action has been taken regarding the alleged perpetrators or this issue. They walked the halls freely, the classrooms freely, the weight room, locker room, and football field without any safeguards offered to the victim. The principal who serves, there's a vice principal who serves as a Utah High School Athletics Association's liaison to the school and appears to have a conflict of interest. His communications consistently minimize the seriousness of the assault, suggesting boys will be boys, and this was nothing more than horseplay.
Can we please wrap it up? We're at the end of our time limit.
If you will not enforce the sanctions, and this district will not enforce sanctions, this board will not look seriously at these allegations, it says a lot about what the academics versus athletics are support in this district. To sum it up, the district's own discipline policy states its purpose is to maintain a safe learning environment, teach appropriate behavior, and instill self-discipline. But today, there's a student who cannot safely attend class, use the weight room, enter the locker room, or participate in the activities he once freely enjoyed prior to this assault. And the district and the school support that he is continuing to be ostracized and not being able to participate. This is not safety. This is not appropriate behavior. This is not accountability. This merits immediate attention, not a cursory 3-minute discussion with you all, and not a cursory, we looked at it, let's move along attitude. Parents, students, and this community deserve better from you representing the district. I urge you to act decisively to restore the trust, enforce your own policies, and put student safety above athletics and image. Once again, I invite you to respond to my email. We'd like to have a focus group.
We go ahead and end.
We'd be glad to look at this appropriately and ask that you respond appropriately. I prepared for you what I was asked by one of the people who responded, any policy recommendations. So I have policy recommendations I'll pass out. These are only cursory, they're initial, but we'd ask the district to look seriously. Again, a child was physically assaulted by 3 other teammates in a locker room, and they got suspended for 3 games, one of which doesn't count. That's the best you can do. I would not have my child attend any school in this district until you rectify this.
Sure, thanks. All right, we'll now invite Eric Smith up to the podium, and followed by Mr. Smith will be Richard Packer.
Hi, Eric Smith. Thank you for the opportunity to address the school board this evening. I live near the land where the former West Jordan Elementary School was, and so I wanted to share 2 things with you for your awareness or consideration. First, a substantial part of the playground of that land functions as a retention basin for water, for rain, snow, melting runoff. And I don't know if you were aware, or whether that's been shared with potential buyers of the land who would be looking to develop that property, that there's a substantial part of that land that, depending on the year, it will be either very soggy or will be up to about 1 foot of water there. So kids can go out there with little RC sailboats and a little submarine and play out there in the water that's standing in a very large portion of that playground. To build upon something like that, depending on how it's done, could cause flooding issues, not only to those that would be the new residents, but surrounding properties as well. And I just hope that that has been disclosed to potential parties that are interested. The second item that I wanted to bring up relative to that same issue is that there's been at least some in our West Jordan City leadership that has said that there was discussion that the city would be given an option to purchase the land first. We don't know if that, as a resident, I don't know if that happened. Obviously, any kind of details where to learn more about it. I don't think this is necessarily the forum for it, but would like to know what happened with that, because at least some have claimed that they don't know. And there are leadership, and they're saying they don't know. And as residents, well, we don't know either. So I just wanted to pass that along. So thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. All right, we'll now hear from Richard Packer, followed by, Sean Mathis.
Captain Richard Packer, U.S. Army retired. My darling wife, Lori, is a district employee with the Native American program, which means that I am a volunteer with the Native American program. She also runs concessions for West Jordan High Lacrosse, which means I carry lots of food items for West Jordan High School Lacrosse. Our forever home is 3 houses north of the easement on the West Jordan Elementary lot. All 4 of our children attended the elementary, and my darling wife was worked a few different jobs there in our time. I want to start with an expression of gratitude to the district and especially to the maintenance team for continuing to take care of the grass, shovel the walks, bring in fresh wood chips for the park, and the years of the extra years of use we as a community have gotten out of that area. Another expression of gratitude is along the wall here. This is from the 2022-23 school year at West Jordan Elementary, where the children wrote their names and little notes of gratitude to the cafeteria staff for feeding them. And that hung in the cafeteria gymnasium on the west wall. And we went and saved it just before the school was taken down in the hopes that one day it might hang in the next West Jordan Elementary. The last time I stood before this body was in 2022, I believe. It was the first meeting where the board considered whether to shut down our school. And since that time, myself and speaking for our community, we have a Save West Jordan Elementary Facebook page where we've kept up over the years and shared information about our space and what goes on there and what we can do to make it better. Since that time, we've gone through, as a community, all the stages of grief, where now I don't know that I'm really advocating for anything other than that was my first opportunity to speak, and this is my last. So whatever responsibilities and math went into making these decisions and why we don't get to have our school and now our community space anymore, I would just like to be an advocate for the loss of my community and feeling like the worst has happened, where we no longer have a school, and now we no longer have our community space, and next we will have high density housing is what it's sounding like. So again, thank you for what you do. Thank you for letting us be part of the district family, but this hurts. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sean Mathis.
Good evening. Just wanted to talk about some of the items that our district is endorsing. And I've brought this up to a couple of the board members and Brian, thank you, he took some action on it. But there's more that needs to be done. Let me describe to you one of the top places that our district is sending our children who are facing difficult times. We send them to a website that when they log in, the pop-up says, on a desktop computer or laptop, press escape button 3 times to quickly escape. Or if you're on a tablet, press anywhere 3 times to quickly get out of it. That alone should have brought red flags. But let's just describe this website, which is one of the top places we send our students. We can join clubs there. We can join the club, Moms Are Overrated. The title of this club, is your mom garbage? Could you do better without her? Well, then come on down and we can have crappy moms together. Or I can join the Calling All Teens with Strict Parents. Any tips for sneaking out? We have security cameras. Or perhaps I want to join the Satanist or Pagans and Wiccans Club, or the 21 Plus Club, or the Satan Club. I mean, do you enjoy Satan? Talk about Satan. Meme about Satan. Just have good satanic fun. Remember, this is the top place we're sending our students. Perhaps I can go explore, and I can find partners in my community. No logon qualifications. I can have anybody connect with anybody anywhere in the U.S., or the world for that matter. Or perhaps I can go join a entertainment for role-playing, a whole place where I can go and have my sexual fantasies role-played until they get too graphic and we take them private. I've shared this with a couple members. Beyond that, and because of some of the children in here, I won't go beyond that, but it gets worse. Luckily, this was a top link on our counseling center site in the top 5 or so spaces. Brian, luckily, he took some action and I think got the link removed. But it's still in our top brochures. Here is the Jordan School District Mental Health and Crisis Resource for Students and Families. The number 2 one is this website. The number 2 spot. Or our Suicide Crisis Outreach. It's in the top 4 places with a link to how to get here. I won't give the site. Nikki has the site. She and I have talked about this on the phone. It's not just a problem here. The Utah State School Board also had this. I contacted Representative Amanda. She also got it removed from the state school board. There's more to be done, though. We've got to protect our children. This cannot be a top place we send our students. It's just not what we can do. So I'm asking this board to take a little bit more action now. Dr. Godfrey, I'm specifically in the administration. Who allowed this? Who put it there? And what can you do to get it removed this week? It doesn't need to take months. It just doesn't need to be here. And thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of the list that I have of those who had signed up to speak. But I just want to check. Is there anyone else here who intended to speak but didn't see the sign up? Okay, go ahead and please make sure that you introduce yourself to us when you come up.
Hello, my name is Trevor Kitchen. I'm a manufacturing engineer, and I live in 7176 South, 2470 West. I have a lot that my backyard is the school, and so I'm personally very affected by the changes that are happening in the West Jordan Elementary lot. A little bit of background history: we specifically chose our lot and our home for the purpose of being able to have our kids walk out of our front door, go down the walkway we live right next to, and our kids would safely be able to go to school every single day. After we moved in, about a year later, that school was decided to be removed, and we have had to make the decision to send our children to a charter school instead of the public school, because the public schools are, in our opinion, getting very crowded for the education that we wanted to give our children. The other reason that we moved into this home was so that we could have neighbors with similar sized homes and similar viewpoints, similar living styles, and we were hoping to move into an area that could have a lot of families that would move into this area. And then we were surprised with 2020 and price houses skyrocketed. And so from a young family perspective, I understand the purpose and the need of low-cost housing. However, looking into some of the details, I have some coworkers, and again, I'm an engineer. Engineers talk about all sorts of stuff at work, and I have multiple coworkers that have had situations similar to what we are dealing with, where a lot in the middle of the neighborhood was sold and townhomes or medium/high density housing moved into this area. The main issue that we have in our situation is that the lot that we are talking about is in the very center of our neighborhood. And when you're accurately designing out a floor plan for how to densify a neighborhood, you put the lowest density in the middle and the highest density on the outside, mostly for egress, safety, and traffic concerns. Well, we are doing this in inverse, and what my coworkers have personally experienced is the entire neighborhood gets flooded with traffic when leaving to and from work, and neighborhood and streets are just flooded with cars. And because I live right next to a walkway, there's a very high likelihood that people in this community would be parking near my house and walking through the walkway to get to their townhomes, because that could be a shorter distance than parking further down. And since I live on a cul-de-sac, I only have one spot on the street. And so the decisions that are being made and what outcome happens in this lot has a very, very large and direct impact to my living standard, my comfort, and my personal privacy. So as decisions are being made and things are being discussed, I would very strongly recommend that if lots have to be built on this house in this area, make sure that they're similar to the existing homes in this area, so that we can maintain the ecosystem and the environment that all of us moved into. And planned on when we bought our homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larson, do we have any emailed comments? All right. Seeing none, that will conclude this section of public comment time. Again, we are so grateful to those of you who made the effort to come. We appreciate your feedback, and we are not offended if you don't choose to stay for the whole meeting. So feel free to stay. We welcome having you, but we don't want you to feel awkward about leaving. Okay, let's go ahead and move board members into our general business. I'll now accept a motion to approve the consent agenda items.
I move that we approve the consent agenda items, board minutes, and LEA specific licensing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Wood. Was that? Sorry, I should have looked over. To approve our consent agenda items, board minutes, and LEA specific licensing. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, please say nay. That passes unanimously. We'll now accept a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I move that we accept the consent agenda items A through D.
Second.
We're on C. Did C get lumped in A, B, and C?
Yeah, we just took all of those in one motion.
A through
this
D?
time.
Is that?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept consent agenda items A through, did you say D? Okay, sorry, I'm hearing C now in my mind. All right, a motion to accept consent agenda items A through D by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Wood. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say nay. Right, that motion passes unanimously. I'll now accept a motion for bids.
I move that we accept the bid for instructional support services.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Barrow, a second by Ms. Dean, to accept the bid for instructional support services, Follett Destiny Software. Is there any discussion to this motion?
I just had a couple questions because I'm curious about the software.
Please.
So I was just curious how long we've been using this software, if we foresee any shift coming in the years, and if we had to shift, would that be a heavy lift, or is that a pretty seamless process? Don't know who's here to speak to it, but
Norm Emerson is here from Teaching and Learning and can speak to that.
awesome. Thank you.
Yes, my understanding is that the Follett Destiny system has been in use really for kind of as long as anyone can remember. And to make a transition in the future, it would be a huge change. The majority of the districts, particularly the larger districts in the state, do use the Follett Destiny system. There are, of course, other library management systems out there and resource management systems, but really, to a large extent, I think there's consensus amongst librarians and others that the Follett product is pretty much the best one at this point.
Cool, thanks.
Sure.
Before you sit down, can I ask another one? I'm curious about what kind of student privacy protections are in place with this software. Is that something that we check in on as we renew?
Well, we've never had an issue with that. One of the things that we discuss in our training sessions with both the elementary as well as the secondary librarians is always the need to have that, for example, that computer monitor situated in a way that, you know, people can't look around the corner and see what's going on. And so because of that, I'm not aware that we've ever had an issue having to do with privacy that's ever arisen out of use of any of these programs.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much for your help. Okay, any other discussion to this item? All right, all those in favor of approving the bid for instructional support services Follett Destiny Software, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. I'll accept another motion.
I move that we accept the bid for special education private school placement services.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Ms. Barrow, that we accept a bid for special education private school placement services. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. I'll accept another motion.
I'll make the motion that we approve teaching and learning classroom management software.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Robinson, a second by Ms. Wood, that we approve the bid for teaching and learning classroom management software. Is there any discussion to that motion?
I do have some questions about this. I don't know who's here to speak to it. There he is, man of the hour.
Yes.
So I
Put 3 minutes on the clock, please.
I was curious why you and your team have see the need to provide GoGuardian and Blocksy for schools when a lot of them have already been purchasing these systems, and when we've already purchased the Google Education Plus software, which does similar things.
Yeah.
I'm feel like there's a lot of the same stuff going on. So
You're not wrong. And we're actually not purchasing it for the schools. This is a building level decision if they want to purchase GoGuardian or Blocksy themselves. We've made those available as part of 3 options for them, but we're pushing all the options available. But we've done training on class tools from Google that's been purchased in the past. We feel like that's a viable solution. Yet there are reasons why schools have chosen potentially to use the other tools. One I might mention to you, Blocksy specifically is one that you can install in a computer lab, where the class tools from Google is only available on Chromebooks. Our computer labs are PC, so they can't use that kind of software in those labs. So there's a variety of reasons why a school might choose to use a different tool. Any other questions?
Just to clarify in my mind, every school now has access to the Google program, right?
Correct. That's something we
So
approved
this is
a couple months
schools
ago.
choosing to go above and beyond that level of protection?
For a variety of reasons. One of the things that we mentioned when we talked about class tools from Google is it requires a launch from a Chromebook device. Not all schools are willing to have teachers on Chromebook devices right at this point. So that would require that they use a different tool. That's kind of a building level decision if they want to do that. We're certainly trying to make every option available for them to have a free option based on what we've already purchased as a district. But that's still something that they have building level decision-making ability.
So the device has to be a Google computer or specifically a Chromebook?
It could be any Google computer. Yeah, so
Like-
there's a
like a
variety of
Chromebox
different
or-
devices.
Okay.
The one that we primarily have in most of the buildings, though, is Chromebook. So that's a device that a teacher could use any Chromebook. It doesn't have to be a brand new Chromebook to launch class tools. But still, like we said, we wanted to make a variety of options available. You'll see in the bid that they have the choice of what they want to use. However, if they choose to purchase GoGuardian or Blocksy, that's funds from their building level decision.
well, there's no funds coming from us necessarily. This is
No.
more just a vetted stamp of approval. This is what we
Correct.
recommend.
Yeah, and these tools Some of the schools really like the tools that they're currently using, so they, in order to kind of give their teachers a voice, are making these an option for them if they choose to do that. But we just want to provide a variety of tools so that classrooms and schools can have the tools that they feel most comfortable with without having to feel like we're forcing something upon them.
So the price tag, if I understand it right, could vary depending on how many.
Yeah, so I mean, part of the reason we did the RFP is so that we could guarantee pricing per user. So let's use GoGuardian as an example. A school that chooses to purchase GoGuardian, it costs $1.50 per student, not per user. If a school uses Bloxy, the price is a little bit higher. It's $2.25. But that also would cover computers in the computer lab too if they chose to do that. So you might see a school do a variety of things. A school could say, we want to purchase Bloxy for our labs, but then use class tools from Google for our students and our teachers, which would be a very minimal expense for that school. Or others might choose to go a variety of different ways.
Any other questions? Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. All those in favor of approving the bid for teaching and learning classroom management software, please say aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Okay, seeing we have no special business items this evening, we will turn to the superintendent's report. Dr. Godfrey.
I just wanted to report that we had 4 cabinet members, or 4 administrators rather, go to Atlanta to 3DE headquarters. This is just a follow-up on my previous conversation with the board. We also visited a local high school of about a little over 3,000 students in Atlanta that had 3DE in place, and we were very impressed. And we plan to continue to learn more, and we'll be talking with the board about a letter of interest that allows us to continue to pursue it. It's not an obligation at all, but just signing a letter of interest that allows us to continue down that path with 3DE. But I was very encouraged by the model. I think it makes learning very meaningful. We had a panel of students we spoke with, a panel of teachers. We met with administrators. And the more I learned, the more I liked it. And the more I thought that it would be a good fit to try in a feeder system. So we'll start looking at potential sites. We'll look at a letter of interest, and we'll keep you informed along the way as to what financial obligation might be involved. But I just wanted to report back that was a very fruitful trip. I'm also impressed with the level of support, as I indicated earlier, from Junior Achievement. They're really dedicated to this. And the folks at 3DE headquarters were impressive in their knowledge and their alacrity, their eagerness to help. So, thank you.
You said Granite is considering it? Who was the other district? You
Granite is the other
Granite.
district that's considering it, and they sent a representative as well. So I would anticipate, if we move forward, that each district would have, we would have a feeder because we don't have 9th grade in the high school, and they would choose a high school to participate, and Junior Achievement would support those 2 schools in different districts as a start. And we are considering a 2027, fall of 2027 start, to give plenty of time to prepare and choose where to place that, to budget for any resources. Again, I believe that would only be preparation time for teachers, whatever that looked like. But we learned a lot more about it, and I'll report out more as time goes on. But I appreciate your support in exploring that idea. It's very encouraging.
Thank you. Okay, committee reports and comments by board members.
I have a comment. I wrote it down because it's a long one. I didn't want to miss anything. But I did want to publicly express a concern I have related to the content that's consumed by students in Utah's public education schools. The content in our classrooms is controlled by the legislature through state statute, as well as the Utah State Board of Education, another elected body, through constitutional mandate, and of course through LEAs, or school boards, through policy. Curriculum is vetted and voted on by school boards, and then there are also guidelines and policies that guide teachers' use of like YouTube videos or other content. Now, having said that, the executive branch of government, Governor Cox, emailed a video to all the superintendents requesting that we find a way to share it with every high school student in our jurisdiction, allowing content to come directly from the executive branch of government, in other words, the governor, to the classroom, in my opinion, is an extremely dangerous precedent. Content from the executive directly to the classroom. That's a dangerous precedent. Now, some may say that this particular incident, it had to do with the Charlie Kirk assassination. Some may say that this particular incident was harmless, it was done in good taste, he was dealing with a crisis, or any other excuse. But, in principle, it's inappropriate. It breaches the separation of the branches of government, which are there for a reason, aren't they? They've been there for a long time, the separation of the branches of government, primarily to prevent power and control in any one branch of government. So just to summarize, the governor doesn't have direct constitutional authority to dictate classroom instruction. And he didn't dictate it. I don't want to say that. It was a request, and I think it was, I think he was using his influence. He was using the influence of the governor's office, and that is a concern to me. So while his request may not have been illegal, it risks undermining the independence of the state board and local school boards and sets a precedent for political messaging in schools. Parents and community members may perceive this as partisan or political influence in schools. So it's just been something I've been thinking about. I did want to, I guess, publicly express that. And not sure if we want to take any action, modify policy. I mean, I was just thinking, what if a prominent member of the community, or, Karl Malone, or Elon Musk, or Bill Gates, some influential person, asked us to get a particular video to our students in the classroom. Of course, we would all say, sorry, we're not going to do that. And maybe, an argument could be made that, well, the governor isn't like those people. He has a different ability to reach students in the classroom. But I don't know. It's a concern of mine. So, thanks.
Finance Committee would like to answer a question raised by one of our members regarding the information we sent out in our summary of our meeting. One of the things I don't think board members realize they're signing up for when they run for the board is that this body is a taxing entity. We have the power to tax, and because of that, we get approached by communities, cities, wanting to offer a deal that we will discount your taxes if you develop in our city. And it puts us in an uncomfortable position, but it is one of the realities of being a board member, is you have to make decisions about redevelopment agencies or taxing entities that are trying to say, wait, we want a commercial base, and there's the trade-off for school districts. We would receive much higher property taxes if we had more of a commercial base. One of the challenges that Jordan School District has always faced is we are primarily residential based. And we receive fewer taxes from residents than from businesses. Our neighboring districts, which have much more of a a business backbone in their district, they have more money than we do, because businesses are taxed at a different rate than residents. And so one of the trade-offs that we have to face is, do we give up taxes to develop our commercial base so that we receive more taxes in the future? And so we had a recent meeting with South Jordan, who is another taxing entity, and they have a redevelopment committee that reports some of these tax increment projects. And so all of those acronyms have to do with the fact that cities approach us to offer a deal so that people develop commercially in this city. We give up taxes initially to receive much more taxes in the future. That's the meeting we were reporting on. Every city has done it. Every city has come to Jordan School District and asked for help in promoting the commercial base of that city. And so we were just having a report on South Jordan's projects and where we stand with each one of them. Now, with regards to the baseball field in Daybreak, South Jordan approached us seeking one of those tax increment proposals, and we turned it down. It just was not in our advantage. It was not in our favor, and we said this is too much, and we turned it down. So they took advantage of a recent law in Utah that says if you have a transit hub, like a bus stop or a track station, then you can develop around that. And it's kind of the same idea, but you can develop for, you can commercially grow for less taxes now, and the trade-off is that they would be increased taxes later. That's how the baseball field was funded, is through a TRZ project. It is a Utah law that allows you to develop around a transportation hub, which because of that track station right there by the ball field, they qualified. So they qualified for a tax incentive, lower taxes now, to develop so that they can charge more taxes in the future. So those are what those acronyms stand for.
Do we lose out on those taxes that they've lowered? Like the baseball part?
We always lose out, but in the end, it's just a trade-off. Do we increase taxes later for the loss today? And we can debate the TRZ all you want, but it's something that kind of we had our hand forced. We didn't have our hand forced. We were a voting entity, but they pursued vigorously that project, and it was approved.
We had one vote, didn't we, or something? Yeah. Okay.
One vote. So does that answer your question?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Mm-hmm.
In those tax increment situations, do the developers or the businesses get taxed less, or they get taxed the same amount, but the school board just doesn't get the same percentage?
They pay less.
That amount goes to the city or someone else.
Yeah, they pay less of a tax.
Total tax.
Yeah.
They pay less. Okay.
Now, just so you know, years ago, when we had numerous cities coming, we said, you know what, let's come up with a criteria to let them know what ones we would favor. And so we came up with I think there's about 13 bullet points, saying here are considerations that when is it advantageous to us to partner like these. And so it got to the point where people would come in and request them, and we would just put our bullet points out there and say, talk to us about this. Don't sell your program. I'm sure it's a wonderful development, but tell us about these questions that we have, that we've set up as our standard as to whether or not these are to our advantage. So this is not something we ever thought we'd be skilled at, but we have really developed an ability to say, here is when it is to our advantage to move forward. I say that correctly, Mr. Larson? Would you add anything?
Great explanation on the overall process. I think I would clarify that the HTRZ itself did not directly fund the ballpark. Now, it could be argued indirectly, maybe, but not directly. And then, I forgot the other point, but they're the city, when the city brings these proposals, they're the ones negotiating with whoever they're talking to. We negotiate with the city. So there's two agreements, us with the city and then the city with the entities, and each of those agreements can look different. They're all going to be some different fashion of assistance of some sort. So one agreement may say, well, we'll help you put in the sewer line or the infrastructure, and another agreement might say, well, we'll refund you the taxes. So it can take different forms, but any way you look at it, it's still assisting that group and kind of incentivizing them to build in this area.
That's a report from finance.
I'd like to report on the Jordan Education Access Committee. Thank you to those who went to the Family Fall Fair. They supported that event, and they're actively supporting our affinity groups. I wanted to share a book that we're reading, Lenses of Humanity. I don't know if you're familiar with Kyle Reyes from UVU. I just want to read a few questions on the back cover that I think will give you a flavor of the book. Invite you all, if you're interested, to read it. It's called Lenses of Humanity, and the 3 questions on the back are you finding it difficult to positively engage with people who view the world differently than you do? Do you feel the heaviness of our societal and political divides? Have you seen evidence of the erosion of humanity? If you say yes to any of those, here's a recommendation. That's it.
Quick update on facilities. We met last Thursday. And in our previous meeting, prior to last Thursday, we had met with an organization named Call to Action Foundation, who had come to us with a housing proposal, wanting to utilize some of our vacant properties, build homes or apartments on them, and offer them kind of as low-income housing options, and giving our employees kind of first dibs on them. That was kind of their pitch to us. After we discussed it as a committee, there were some big concerns on our side. If you're interested in those concerns, you can talk to me or Scott. Some of them are listed in the minutes, but the facilities committee wanted to recommend to the board that we not participate in this proposal. So that's our recommendation. We also talked, we had some updates on the Marv Jensen property. We're still waiting on from Salt Lake County. Is that still current? Okay. And then, let's see. One item that we talked about we'll be discussing in closed today after this meeting. And we did talk about developing a long-term building plan or long-term housing plan. And Daryl is going to give us a first draft of what he's hoping to see on that document, and then we'll try to take it from there. So, thank you.
So Salt Lake County Parks and Rec, just a couple things that I thought were notable from the past meeting was that this past summer, the My County Rec passes exceeded 90,000, and it's possible that it's exceeded 100,000 by now. And another thing is that senior and adult rec passes use has increased, and that was one worry, was that having a bunch of kids at the rec centers might drive other groups away, but it has had the opposite effect, and more people have been participating in Salt Lake County Rec. And then the Jordan Education Foundation, the board met on September 4th in the Jordan Learning Center, and it was really fun to tour that building and see that. And Christmas for Kids is coming up in December 6th. It comes sooner than you think. And the foundation invites anyone who would like to participate by donating their time or financial resources to help kids, to help serving students. You are welcome to do that, and you can see how at the Jordan Education Foundation website.
Sorry, one more thing from Finance Committee. On board docs or board books is a document that I would strongly encourage you to look at. It's called the Preliminary Results for the 24-25 fiscal year. We have listed every one of our funds, all of our 8 funds, where we are, where we should be, and if it's off, what our plan is to get where we want to go. I would suggest you read through it so that you can see exactly where we are in each fund. It's very well put together. Mr. Larson did a phenomenal job. We went through a discussion to say, here's the goal, here's where we are, here's where we should be, where we're off, here's our plan to get where we want to be. So please be familiar with that as they complete our ACFR for the year. That will be very helpful in knowing where we are in each one of our funds. So I wanted to point that one out.
Just a quick update on, now I need to be really specific, the Joint Legislative Committee, not the JLC, a building in Jordan District, but the Joint Legislative Committee met. Just a reminder that September is Legislator Month in the classroom. We have extended an invitation to all of the representatives that cover Jordan School District areas, and are slowly seeing some responses to those, but would definitely invite any board member to reach out to their own legislator and ask them when and how they would like to visit a school in the district. And certainly that is not limited to the month of September, but an important interaction as they consider legislation coming up that can impact our students. And then looking forward this upcoming weekend to the leadership conference that will be held at Bryce Canyon. Is that anyone else? Okay, great. We do have one additional item for study session that we need to revisit. So, having come to the end of this agenda, we will adjourn the business meeting and reconvene our study session. right, welcome back to the Jordan School District Board of Education continued study session. We began earlier and then had our business meeting. We're now back to finish our study session agenda. We still have all board members in attendance, as well as our superintendent, associate superintendent, business administrator, and board attorney. We have one item left on our agenda, which is item 1F, district enrollment trends. So we will turn it to Dr. Anthony Godfrey.
Thank you. I want to start with a caveat. I'm going to present a scenario to you that is not going to happen. I know it's not going to happen, and I can tell you why, but I want to show you the general trend that it shows. And I think this is good context for the discussions we'll have in October when we have updated enrollment numbers to review and to talk about boundaries. I want to describe this from a school perspective before I talk about a district perspective. When you're a principal of a high school, you look at how many seniors do I have graduating and how many incoming sophomores do I have, and what's the difference? Do I have a bigger senior class leaving? Then I'm going to have a reduction overall, of course, and if I have more sophomores coming than I have seniors leaving, then my school's going to get larger. And I wanted to look overall at where things stand in the district in terms of what would happen enrollment-wise if we aren't looking at individual schools. Instead, we're looking overall as a district. Where do things stand? Historically, we have had diminished kindergarten enrollment. In 2015-16, we had 3,715 kindergartners. We currently have 3,275, and that's not an October 1 count. That's just what we have enrolled right now. Now, I see some taking pictures of this. Remember, these are the numbers that we track, and the next numbers I'm going to show you are the ones that aren't going to happen. But if they were to happen, this is what things would look like. Now, there was a point where, when we did a district-wide boundary change, we looked at the overall percentage of seats in middle school that we were using. Some of you might remember this. And we looked at the number of kids, say it's 1,100 kids. Of course, we had many more than that. But our capacity was 1,000. So we said no matter where we move students, our capacity is exceeded. It's not about boundaries. It's that we just don't have seats anywhere in our district for these students. Right now, our middle school capacity is, and I'll send you these updated numbers after October 1, but our high school capacity is in the 80s. So if there were no boundaries and we just said, how many seats do we have, how many kids, it's at about 85% of our capacity is used. In the middle school, it's in the lower 80s. In elementary, it's in the mid-70s. So if you moved everyone around, we'd be in the 70s in terms of capacity. Now, you don't get to move buildings around. We don't get to move students around as far as we might need to balance things out. And I would also note, for those who are listening, that we have 5.5 elementary schools worth of portables that we move around to follow the surges in enrollment wherever they may be. So, with all of that in mind, I want to show you on the next slide what would happen if our kindergarten class stayed the same size. So, our kindergarten class for this year right now, sorry, we're going to format that so it's large enough, is in red. For 2025-26, we have 3,275 kindergartners. In 12th grade, we have 5,137 seniors. That's district-wide. So you can see the difference between 3,000 kindergartners and 5,000 seniors. Does that make sense? The newest class we have coming in. Also, the number of kindergartners we have coming is a big mystery. Because first graders, we can count the number of kindergartners. Second graders, we can count the number of first graders, and so forth. But kindergartners appear out of nowhere. So actually, we look at our birth rate, we do other things. That's an exaggeration. But we don't have the reliable data that we do with other grade levels. Also, I want to state this very clearly. The reason this won't happen is that we have lots of kids move in. And if you compare kindergarten numbers over the years and track that number, you'll see that the number grows over time. From kindergarten to 7th grade, for example, you'll see 1,000 more kids that move in. So that's another reason this scenario won't happen, because we have kids move in. It's not, our only students aren't only here with us from kindergarten to senior year. But I did want to show you that if you just assumed that a kindergarten class was going to stay the same size that it is for right now, and every year we were going to get the same number of kindergartners, and nobody moved in, we would see a dramatic reduction over the next few years in our enrollment. So unless people move in or we have more kindergartners, we may not see that number increase as much as it has. And we've already seen that difference. We haven't seen as many students moving in, and we haven't seen as many kindergartners as you saw on the previous slide. So again, we're in the mid-80s high school-wise, low 80s middle school-wise, and mid-70s elementary-wise in terms of the percentage of the overall seats that we're using. So I just wanted to give that overall context before we move to talking about individual schools, and because I do the same thing. It's easy to quickly move to the hot spots or the areas that we've been hearing about, and look at individual schools as opposed to where we are overall. I'll say it like a 6th or 7th time. This isn't what's going to happen. We're going to have more students than this. But it's an interesting exercise to just see, absent other factors, if we had the same size kindergarten, it would be a pretty dramatic drop in enrollment over time.
Amazing is we have 67,000 seats.
Right.
We have 67,000 seats in all of our buildings, and we're going to be down to 42,000 occupied.
And 67,000 seats is an interesting way to look at it, because you can configure seats differently. You can move 9th grade to the high school, as neighboring districts have done. You can move 6th grade to the middle school. You can shuffle that a little bit. And for a while, Granite had different grade alignments in different areas of the district. I understand they've now made all of their high schools 9-12 and all of their middle schools 6-8. This is an exercise. This is just a thought exercise. Again, not a projection, but just kind of a way of looking at things. And I appreciate you bringing up that number. It's what's our capacity? And so then the decision is, how much do we move students? Or do we close schools in one area and build them in another area? Do we look at alternate alignments? Do we look at alternate calendars? How do we creatively use or shift the space that we have? And so I only share this so that you have that context, with the opportunity to maybe consider looking beyond individual school boundaries and the balancing of neighboring schools, and just look at this as a broader context.
System-wide, what's our teacher-to-student
If
ratio?
we look at
lowering class size or so. Is that what
wanting
you're
to
talking
lower
about,
the
Brad?
class size, is that what you
what
mean?
currently, system-wide, so K through 12, what's our teacher-to-student ratio?
I know.
The staffing ratio is about 26, or if you averaged it out, because it's lower in the younger grades.
It looks like it's 20.8.
System-wide, that include high school? No, I want high school.
High school is staffed at 26. John, do you have that off the top of your
So
head?
let's say 27. Let's just say 27.
27, yeah.
That's a drop in 476 teachers.
If this fictional
If this falls
scenario that
through,
is not going to happen were to happen,
we're going to lose 700 or 476 teachers in those same 12 years.
I'll also say that we hired about close to 400 this year. So
What's the average salary?
the average cost is $90,000 with benefits and salary. But I look to
So
Mr.
let's say
Larson in
90
my peripheral vision.
Let's
for,
say 90,000. The salaries of those 400 teachers is $42.8 million.
if you take in all the salary and benefits.
So major changes coming to Jordan School District. That's a difference of almost $43 million in terms of less money for salary. and
But this
the
is
number
never
of
going to happen.
Huh?
That's right. Now, so what I'm saying is we have to watch for growth factors, people moving in. We have to watch the birth rate to offset this fictional. But you see why I point this out. It's that absent these other factors, there's an overall downward trend. And if you look back at the other slide, you can see along that top line, first grade, second grade, third grade, they're all in the 3,000. And 10th grade, 11th grade, and 12th grade are all in the 5,000.
Yeah. How many seats are in 5.5 elementary schools worth of portables?
5.5, how many portables does that equate to? About 250 students? Portables. So 250 portables times,
25?
depending, 25? Yeah, so call it 25.
What is that? You already know.
250 portables. And we have not built
What?
one since the district split. We have not built one. I made it my personal mission. We are not spending money on another portable. We're moving them where we need them. Am I right, Scott? You're absolutely right. Was I right to do that, Scott? Yes. Thank you very much.
If this trend continues, not this exact scenario, but there's just a declining trend in enrollment, could a possible outcome as opposed to a reduction in teacher staff be a reduction in teacher to student ratio? I mean, could we look at it like that, or
You could.
Because you're
You
also
could.
Our income's going to drop as well.
Yeah.
Because
Well-
we get income based on
based
enrollment.
on students?
And I think something that we can think about too is it just based on my own observation, I don't know how much there is to this. I think that at 7th grade, there are certain groups of students that come from charter schools to go to a middle school. And then at 9th grade, there are certain groups of students who come from charter schools because they want to participate. They want to participate in more classes or have. Well, I don't know. I can't tell what the reasons are, but that's just something I think possibly happens too, is that at 7th grade, sometimes charter students join us, and then again, another group joins at 9th grade.
But you also have more charter schools coming up and more people going to homeschool, which could deeply affect these numbers.
Yeah, there are lots of factors at play, and traditionally that has happened. 7th grade and 10th grade are
Is it
times
10th
when we
grade?
see folks return. But we're just seeing less of that. We're
Okay.
seeing fewer people move in. We also, as I talk with charters, there's a level of saturation also with the number of charter students. But with, as you pointed out, with the incentives from the state not to register in public education, that's a factor as well. Slowed birth rate is something you hear about on a national level. So it's just, I give you that perspective just before we get granular. I wanted to take a big view.
So I don't want to be critical of other districts around us, but some of them are our same size with significantly more schools open. And now they're faced that they have to close schools in massive numbers. I mean, part of the problem with Alpine splitting is that they're going to have to face that, you know, and being smart and strategic on not overbuilding and closing when we need to will not only help our district now, but in boards to come. If we were really smart right here, this is going to help our district significantly. And so I really appreciate this larger view of something that's totally different than when I joined the board.
Yeah, right.
You know, and so we do have to change our mindset and really get smart on long-term building. And that's what I'm trying to talk about with that long-term building thing. Part of that long-term building is looking at, you know, where we need to, and we ought to be almost looking at that yearly. You know.
And to the point about the staffing ratio, it does give us an opportunity to think through, what do we want the district to look like? What do we value? What makes sense in terms of the way we staff and that sort of thing? Because not that long ago, we were on year-round just out of desperation to just find a place for kids. And it does give us a little more flexibility when you're not just trying to find space where kids can fit. Then you have more choices available to you. But you also have to be thoughtful about what resources are coming in over time and what this means. So it's just something to be watchful on and to think broadly at the same time that we look at those very important neighborhood decisions.
6 years ago, when we opened up those 6 schools, we were growing at a middle school a year.
Right.
We were adding 1,500 students every single year. We were growing the size of a middle school. It's amazing how quickly things change in 6 years.
Yeah, it really is.
Swing back.
And if it swings back, and when it does, we're the district with space to grow and space to build. And I'm sure there are builders out there who would say, "Oh, we're going to be growing fast, and this isn't what's going to happen." And so that's what we have to watch for. Is one of those factors that are going to reverse that trend. So, thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you. Okay. We have reached the end of our study session agenda. We do have some closed session items, so I will take a motion.
I move that we go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security.
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Ms. Dean. A motion by Ms. Dean, a second by Mr. Barnett, that we move into closed session. I will take a roll call vote. Ms. Dean?
Yes.
Ms. Wood?
Yes.
Dr. Robinson, sorry.
Oh, no worries.
Ms.
Yes.
Barrow? Yes. Mr. Dumford?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett?
Yes.
And I am also a yes, so that vote is unanimous, and we will move into closed session. Thank you for joining us tonight.